or suffer a catastrophic injury. If God forbid you are in that situation, please know that big cases are usually fought at a very high level, and the quality of your counsel can make a life-saving, multi-million-dollar difference in the outcome of your case. Our track record in big cases speaks for itself. We're a serious firm for serious cases. We take righteous cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need our help, please give me a call at 303-770-5551 or hit dancapitalislaw.com.
You know when you see a great deal on the phone and then you find out it's not for you? Not at Verizon.
They just gave us all a new iPhone 13.
So we both got the same great deal.
Yep.
Get iPhone 13 on us with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans for every customer, current, new, everyone, to show the love. Only from Verizon. $799.99, 128 gigabytes only, device payment purchase with new or upgrade smartphone line required. Less up to $800 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions apply.
You know when you see a great deal on the phone and then you find out it's not for you? Not at Verizon.
They just gave us all a new iPhone 13.
So we both got the same great deal.
Yep.
Get iPhone 13 on us with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans for every customer, current, new, everyone, to show the love. Only from Verizon. $799.99, 128 gigabytes only, device payment purchase with new or upgrade smartphone line required. Less up to $800 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions apply.
History isn't always boring. In fact, sometimes it can be downright creepy. I'm Aaron Mankey, the creator and host of Lore, a podcast that gives new life to the darkest stories from history. And this week, we're celebrating our 200th episode. Discover the legendary podcast that gave birth to a TV show and a book series and unlock the love for the darker side of history in the hearts of millions of people around the world. Listen on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
I went out to the Art of Granite and I met Mitch. I love this story. Came to America with 3. He starts working in granite and then decides to have his own place. Art of Granite fabricates beautiful countertops. Get the latest quartz countertops. He is fabricating them daily with beautiful colors. And remember, the bathroom is always free when you have the kitchen done, and tear out and haul away is also free. Get a price on the phone, 303-386-5919. TheArtofGranite.com.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
Decreasing clouds throughout the day. Today, temperatures will be right around 81 degrees, and it'll stay fairly dry. Overnight, mid-50s, and then for Thursday, near 90 with a slight chance for storms. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burst.
It's likely you've read some of the many Curious George books, but you might not know the story behind the couple who wrote them. You'll hear how these two authors escaped Nazi Germany. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of Our American Stories on the
And a lot of them have money and boats and everything else. So, how are you doing? Are you going into surgery today or
Next Wednesday.
Next week?
Today I have all my other shit I got to take care of. Trust me, you know, I am fucking counting the days.
Yeah.
What's up, Mr. Fuller?
I can appreciate that.
Oh, fuck. I'm so fucking hungry. What do you want to order? I can't eat. I haven't eaten for, this will be
day 3 and I can't eat till tomorrow.
Well, but you didn't have to do 3 days.
No, I know. I just said fuck it. Actually, I'm lying. I've had scrambled eggs.
When are you going for your colonoscopy?
Tomorrow.
Okay. Last time I had a colonoscopy, it was not a 3-day prep period.
No,
he's doing that on his own.
I'm like, I fucking put on pounds from that trip, man. I mean, all you do is fucking eat out.
So is this your fasting routine?
I figured, it's a good time to do it right now because I have to do it, but I got to drink that shit tonight. I don't know what it's going to do because I haven't eaten.
I can tell you what it's going to do.
Yeah, but there's nothing to flush out. I haven't eaten anything.
It'll still find something.
It'll find some shit.
I wouldn't plan out on a night out on the town tonight or something.
Stay out of the hot tub.
Exactly. No hot tubbing for sure.
What the fuck?
What'd you do?
My passwords are in here.
I told you,
okay,
man.
we got to get this the fuck out of here.
Someone does it. If someone's changing it.
No. How do I get it so it doesn't remember shit? Oh, come on. This is bullshit.
I just told you this. I'll show you how to do it, but it won't matter. Someone changes it.
No. Then I'll go in incognito, but I got to get it out here right now.
You go to...
right now, if you say Martino, it's fucking on there.
Yeah. You go to settings. You go up to the 3 dots at the top.
Yeah, settings.
Settings. And then you go to privacy and security.
Turn off. I'm going to clear and continue.
Security, let's see.
Now let me just see if I sign on here. I don't want to see my fucking likeness anywhere.
Neither do we.
I'm wondering if
where did you see turn off?
It was synced. I had it synced, which is the baddest thing you could have.
I know, that's why mine's not synced. You said you have
No, I can't do that.
All your bookmarks will
I'm doing incognito. Well,
I'm just telling you how it works. It sucks sharing a computer that you can't log into. How this generally works is you log into the computer, and then all your shit's there.
I'm going to sign
but
in.
iHeart didn't set it up that way. They make you sign into the browser.
I just want to see here now if I can just do this without ever, and I'm going to see if I can sign out. Now, should I just sign in to, never mind, I don't want to sign in to you because you're going to have to sign in during the next hour.
Yeah, because I'm signed in over here. I'm going to have to go get my fucking phone too, goddammit.
You know what I did? I fucking prepared. And I kept questions I've gotten. I copied and pasted them.
For me?
Yeah, I kept them on my notebook here.
I'm in trouble now.
No, it's really good. I'm not going to tell you what they are because they're not that complicated.
Well, the one guy,
but Mark,
he's
if I don't get to all of
who
them,
wants to know how to keep his car.
Mark, if I don't get to all of them, I'm going to email them to you right now. Should I email them or text them to you?
What's that?
The questions that I've saved for him.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll text him or email.
Yeah, definitely email.
In case I don't get to all of them.
Oh, this lady, she hates you. She's going to hate me more.
Oh, you mean Beth?
Yes.
Beth, you're the one that said she was nuts to begin with.
I know, and she is fucking nuts. I just wanted to get her back.
Is she on? Oh, I definitely want to get her back on. So
no, she won't talk to you. She said, you don't fucking listen, you're not understanding.
You know what I love is when they say that has nothing to do with it, and at the end, it had to do with it. Doc, how many times have you heard that?
To TNTC.
Wow.
Too numerous to count.
That's Doc.
Hey, what about this Broncos purchase, man? I'll tell you what I love about it. My kid's going to get sweet tickets and shit eventually. The fucking Walmart man. $4.6 billion fucking dollars. That's the best investment I think anybody's ever made. $70 million to $4.6 billion. Fuck me.
I just got tickets this year for the first time after 12 years being on the list.
And you mean the availability to get the tickets? Cool.
After 12,
2 or 4
years.
Hold on.
Where are they?
You didn't even tell me we were on.
I know, you can't get good.
Take 10 years to get something decent.
Thanks for the heads up, asshole.
As you update, you get a chance to update. upgrade each year. But there's only so many seats that are available.
Because someone's got to go.
Exactly.
And then you got to be in line next.
Oh, what a wise guess. Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, and I welcome you to the only show of its kind anywhere in the universe where we are fighting for you. Making history, really. The longest-running radio show on the air, still on the air. Longest-running radio show with the same host, I should say. And we are solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, and making your life a little easier. And let me tell you, it's no small task, and we're happy to be here. So give us a call, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. 30% off with Tom and the promo code, RealCBDThatWorks.com. Let me explain what that means. You have pain, anxiety, inflammation, Panacea Life Sciences in Golden. It's great stuff, 30% off with Tom and the promo code. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Okay, so I want to make a note about the show. I have a theory about telling the truth to people, which means not giving them false hope, which means telling them the way it is, which means saying, like, you don't have a case, or you do, or you can do this or try that, but you're most likely going to lose. This is your ammunition. This is your best argument. This is your worst argument. I don't want to send people off on false hope. And that's really what I do. And I think it helps people when I do that. And I want to say something else. I think that John Fuller, you probably have to do that with clients from time to time.
That's the only way to go.
I mean, really. There are clients that probably come in thinking they have a major case and they don't, or some who don't even know. I'll bet you've had some who don't realize they have a major case. John Fuller is Fuller Law. He's an accident personal injury attorney. We call him our accident attorney here on the show for expert advice. I'll bet you either way, they don't realize how serious it is, and you're thinking to yourself, "Oh my God, these people are sitting on a bombshell," or others that think they have a bombshell and have nothing.
Yeah, you definitely get both types. The thing that's most frustrating to me are people that, I have competitors that will tell people numbers that are just a wild guess. I mean, there's no way that they can know what that case is going to be worth at that particular juncture, but they will tell them they should be able to get X number of dollars, and that almost never is the truth. But I found that just being honest with people up front and setting expectations and then delivering according to those expectations is the only way to go.
All right. So on that note, then, what percentage of cases do you feel in all of personal injury bring in big money?
Well, I mean, what percentage?
Yeah, there's got to be some stats on that. I mean, maybe you didn't keep any, but what is your guess? The vast majority are probably somewhere in the middle, right?
Well, that's a hard question to answer, and I would answer it by telling you there are some attorneys that probably have 100% big cases because they cherry pick and they won't take a case where.
I know that. No, I wasn't talking about you. So I'm talking about in the industry.
Yeah, on average, if you factor in the fact that there are different levels of insurance coverage and all of these myriad of factors that go into it, probably, thankfully, only 5 or 10% of cases have enough injuries to where they warrant a significant amount. But even of those cases, not all of them will have enough insurance to fully compensate them. So,
when do you go after the individual, and when do you rely on the insurance? We've had this discussion with our insurance people time and time again. They said, Tom, most of the time, I knew a couple fairly well off. They're not rich, not by any means, but fair upper middle class. They planned for their retirement. They have some assets. They were vastly underinsured. They got into an accident, and this person is claiming all kinds of injuries, right? And they're underinsured. Do middle class, upper middle class people have to worry about being sued? Is it only the ultra rich that get sued? I mean, when is it dangerous? It's probably always dangerous to be underinsured, but I was told by someone else that attorneys, personal injury attorneys, 99% of the time will go for insurance and not bother going after the individual.
Yeah, I suspect that that's probably true. And the reason is not a reflection of unwillingness to do the hard work. It's just the fact that most people don't have liquid assets that are available to satisfy a judgment. And so we have laws in place that protect equity in the home up to a certain percentage. We have laws that protect retirement funds that are in certain retirement vehicles. We have lots of laws out there that say, no, you can't, you always hear this, I'll take everything you own. That really never happens.
Okay. All right. Good. John Fuller is our guest today, 303-713-TALK. Of course, we'll take any and all calls, including Angelica's. She wants to talk about stolen luggage. This is interesting. If you have a problem, question, or complaint, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Then we have Deputy Smarty Pants on with a couple follow-ups. I'll get right to him. Angelica, what's going on with you?
Hi, good morning. So we were on vacation in Italy last week.
Oh, you creep.
Yeah, it was wonderful. It was wonderful. The whole vacation went well. Everything. We get back to Denver.
Where in Italy were you?
We went to Florence, and we were there a few days. There was my new niece that married into the family is part Chinese, so we had a Chinese banquet in Florence at a Chinese restaurant. It was beautiful.
Okay, so what can we do for you?
Another wedding in Grosseto in the countryside.
Gosh.
At a villa.
What can we do for you?
So my bags were delayed flying home on June 2nd, Thursday, from Lufthansa. And so they were really, we're going to get you your bags, because I'm in Colorado Springs. And here's the information, the people who will bring it, everything. I'm like, okay, great. And then they kept me emails updated. Your bags are still delayed. They were due in Friday on the 3rd.
Okay.
Didn't happen.
So what's the problem?
So my bags eventually were delivered Saturday night, 11:44 p.m.
Where?
On the sidewalk in front of my house.
Wait, they were dropped on the... Come on. They were dropped on the sidewalk?
Yes.
No, they weren't.
Yeah, so I have 2 layers of stairs. There's like 4 stairs up from the street sidewalk.
Okay,
I have
who delivered
right
them?
there.
Who delivered them?
So it's called Western Delivery Solutions.
Who are they?
When I finally, I don't know.
Who?
I don't know.
Okay. Wait. They were left on the sidewalk. Did you get any notice? Like, hey, a text, your bags are on the sidewalk?
So when I woke up at 6:30 that morning, I looked at my email, and I had an email from Lufthansa at 12:16 a.m. saying, your bags have been delivered. So I jump out of bed, run outside. Nothing is outside. I run around my house in my nightgown like a freak. I run back in the house. I tell my husband, they left the bags outside. They're all gone. So there's apartments around my house. I go run like a crazy person. I threw my jeans on, threw a jacket over my nightgown. And
what time was it they delivered them?
They delivered them 11:44 p.m.
I mean, John, I think if ever there was John Fuller is here for personal injury, but I want to ask him as an attorney, if ever there was a definition of unconscionable, to me, leaving bags on the sidewalk at 11:45 at night is unconscionable.
I agree. Ridiculous.
I think the common person would say ridiculous, which is one of the tests. So I think that this airline or this delivery service or someone's going to owe you something. That's my gut feeling.
What'd you find out, Angelica?
Yeah, what'd you find out?
After 5 hours on the hold with Lufthansa baggage problems, they gave me another number another name and another number for the delivery service.
Yeah, but let's get right to it. Okay, let's get right to it. Is anyone going to do anything for you?
No.
Tom, check your email and look at the pictures.
What pictures? Uh-oh.
Just dropping it off on the
I have everything on video.
Wait, was it from your Ring doorbell?
From the Ring doorbell, and I have 24-hour constantly running cameras also.
This is ridiculous. Okay, I'm going to look at it here.
So if she would have rang the doorbell,
I can't.
There'd be no problem because my dogs will go crazy whenever they hear that doorbell.
This is in the middle of the night, and they're leaving it right there at the gate, right there on the sidewalk.
Right, Tom, 11:45. Crazy.
These people are stupid. Now, are those the people stealing it, or is that the person delivering it?
The lady in the truck is delivering it. The guy in the white hoodie is stealing it one by one.
Oh my God! Did anyone offer you? What are they saying? Hold on. I got to hear this. I am so seething right now.
Michael Brown here from my partners at the Colorado Business Roundtable. You know, sometimes we forget just how vital businesses are to our state. They're not simply brick and mortar. Businesses support our communities by providing jobs. They provide Coloradans with opportunities, valuable products and services. Businesses provide tax revenue, and they support and fund vital charities. Business is a force for good in Colorado, and we should never forget that. Learn more about the mission of the Colorado Business Roundtable. Go to cobrt.com. That's cobrt.com.
Colorado Pain Care, Sport and Spine. This is really important for you to know. I'm truly a patient there. And yes, I need some surgery. But you know what? If I didn't go to Colorado Pain Care, I wouldn't be directed to the right place. And they've done everything in the past to keep me out of surgery and to keep me out of pain. And I have world-class physical therapy that will take care of me afterwards. And what I'm saying to you is, you need to clear if you have pain. You need to find out the source of your pain and battle that pain. 303-GOT-PAIN. Open 7 to 7s for convenient clinic hours. And by the way, you can get same-day appointments. 303-GOT-PAIN. ColoradoPainCare.com. So, Frank Duran, the real estate man you've heard me talk about before. Why do I love him? Because he'll do a market analysis of your home and homes you may want to buy. Even if you want to move out of state, Frank Duran will take care of you. It's all complimentary. It's all free of charge. No obligation to list. But if you do list, you won't do better than Team Duran. They have a full team, and it complements the entire service with RE/MAX Alliance. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Is your dental condition getting you down? Do bad implants or failing teeth have you feeling hopeless and like there's nowhere to turn? Do you dread never being able to smile again? Dr. Barrett's with Barrett's Dental here to tell you you're not alone. At Barrett's Dental, we can help you get your smile and your life back with total dental solutions, including advanced laser therapy that can save failing teeth and compromised implants. We do this in one convenient location where you'll be treated with loving care, and we will never judge you. If your last dental experience left you feeling hopeless,
for a bunch of pre-op shit.
Free consultations where you can meet us for yourself. And if you're comfortable at my office, it's the last place you'll need to go to get the total dental solutions and comprehensive care you deserve. Call us and schedule your free consultation today. We'll take
Smells like
care.
food in here.
If you're looking for a safe place to take care of all your dental needs, call Barrett's Dental at 303.
Yeah. Onions, that happens a lot. That body shit.
Those faults is that. Visit DenverDentist.com.
I mean, everybody took a shower this morning. That's the problem. There's no
For example,
the airflow
Orchard makes a cash offer.
Hey, if you notice the whole, depending on what room or what area you're in this building now, it's completely different.
What do you mean, Mark?
On the sales side yesterday, it was fucking burning.
Oh,
hot.
no, I get it, yeah.
And over here, it was cold. I mean, it's just something weird's going on. Must be that construction.
Cash offer. Had he gone to a home buying company, he would have missed out on that extra money.
What was the stolen luggage?
He got more cash at closing. Rudy's story isn't unique. 99 out of 100
her luggage didn't make it home when she flew home from Italy, and so Lufthansa kept feeding her information about, oh yeah, it's on its way, it's on its way, it's on its way, and then all of a sudden they farmed it out to some third-party delivery company. They came and just dropped the shit off on her front sidewalk in front of her house at 11:30 at night. Just left it, and crazy, somebody stole it.
Did they acknowledge they left it out?
She got an email from Lufthansa at 12 o'clock saying we just delivered, but she was asleep. And she's got the whole fucking thing on ring. She's got them dropping it off, and she's got the people stealing the damn thing.
I know. How much, what was in the luggage?
We haven't gotten to that point yet.
Yeah, but this is totally unconscionable, Mark.
No, I get it, but I'm just curious. I mean,
but Tom,
are we talking a few $100 or she
had
had
to tell us
something
the whole
great?
story about being in her nightgown, getting dressed.
Mark,
I mean,
yeah,
it's amazing.
On the call screen, when I do one of it, when the two are due and I do one, I put an X. Now, I don't make the check mark because it's not yet done. I put an X next to the name, so you'll know one of them's been done.
Arrive discreetly in unmarked boxes. Listen, this is something you need to jump on now. Before
Geez, that is a
news
weird
headline stuns the world.
And it's all on the rig.
Well, what would be beautiful is if the knocked on your door and we snuck them up next to your door. I mean, if they really just buried themselves talking about what good service they did and then dropped the bomb on them at your camera, you know, that would be the most.
Did she send us the video?
Oh, yeah.
Start at $21.95.
That's crazy.
So contact Water Pros.
I wonder how much this shit is, though. Even if the airline steps up, I wonder how much he's asking for.
This report is sponsored by Blindscape.
I know, it's cash. It was 50 grand in cash.
We're not allowed to carry more than 10,000, so we had 9,900
lira. No, it's so wrong what they did. This luggage thing.
Blinds or shades?
There is no place.
Offers custom
Just the guy didn't even call Lufthansa did. He just dropped it on the side. What kind of a fucking idiot or woman drops it on the, just puts it there? Doesn't knock on the door, doesn't ring the doorbell.
Well,
hold on.
Where's the video?
John, hold on.
Send me the link.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Water Pros for the best water systems ever at the lowest prices. And I'm telling you that from personal experience. If you want drinking water at your kitchen sink, a separate little fountain delivering as much drinking water as you can drink, not buying bottled water, you'll have a great time with Water Pros under $1,000. The best deal I've ever found in plumbing, especially if you've checked other prices. WaterPros.net. Okay, listen. Angelica calls and says, you know, on my flight back to Rome, basically, they misplaced my luggage, and they were going to later deliver it. And they did deliver it. She said that Lufthansa airline contracted with a delivery service, and her Ring doorbell shows the delivery service literally dropping it off on the sidewalk on a busy street. Just luggage dropped on the sidewalk. Dropped on the sidewalk. You can see the video. Then you can see a few minutes later, let me see what time they were. 12:33, the guy stealing it. They dropped it off at 11:44.
Maybe he thought it was
11:44. So what? 45 minutes later, somebody's stealing it. Now, but I just don't get it. How stupid can you be dropping off? You see the lady dropping off and walking away right on the street. Now, this is what I call unconscionable. I don't see how Lufthansa or the delivery service could possibly justify this, and that's why, damn it, Smarty Marty, I wanted to get him on because I wanted to ask him his opinion of this because I want to sick him on him. But Angelica, or Deputy Doc, I mean, you could do it too. I mean, I'm trying to balance out the cases here. But Angelica, here's what I want to know. Without stories, without I said, she said, they said, we said, I called, they called, I want to know bottom line, speed right forward. What did they offer?
He said, good luck. I told him I had it on video. He said, well, good luck. I hope you catch them. I said, I filed a police report.
So the delivery service says they have no responsibility.
Yes.
How do they figure that?
I don't know. Because I specifically asked Lufthansa, are they supposed to ring the doorbell? He said, ma'am, they're supposed to get a signature when they deliver.
Okay, but John Fuller, our attorney today, who's talking about personal injury, our attorney today, John Fuller.
I know.
Hold on, please. Our attorney today, John Fuller, says he thinks it'll fall back on the airline ultimately. They hired the delivery service. You didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so have you called the airline?
Oh, yeah, I've talked to the airline.
And what did they say?
Once the delivery service picks it up, it's on them.
It's on them as far as Lufthansa is concerned, between the two of them, not between you and that.
Yeah, she doesn't have any kind of agreement with this delivery service at all.
Exactly. So that's why I say it will fall on the airline, because they're the ones that contracted with this other person. They had the responsibility for ensuring the delivery of that thing, and they pass that off to somebody else.
Right.
But it doesn't alleviate their responsibility.
Right. Lufthansa is right. It's on the delivery service. Between the delivery service and Lufthansa, if they ever fought them, they would say, once you picked up that bag, you took responsibility. But that's between the two of them.
Right.
That's not between you and them. So Lufthansa, they're frickin' idiots by telling you that. Do you have a contact and a phone number? And where's Lufthansa? Where are you talking to them? In what country? In New York?
I have no idea what country. It was their baggage claim.
Well, did they talk with a normal USA customer service accent that you could not understand?
Normal.
Huh?
Yeah, they talked normal.
Normal. Well, I don't know what normal is, but
I'm sorry.
Normal is you can't understand them. That's normal.
An American accent.
Okay.
I would go down to DIA and go directly to their booth down there.
Those people have no authority.
Well, they can at least point her in the direction.
I want to call them. I am. This is ridiculous. If ever we needed to get involved, this is a case we need to get involved in. Right now, though, you do have a name and number at Lufthansa, right?
I have their baggage issue number because I was on hold with regular Lufthansa for 3 hours, and then they said, "Oh, this is a baggage issue. You need to call our baggage."
I'd be livid.
God. And then I was on hold with them for 5 hours.
With the baggage people?
All right, Marty.
Yes.
Deputy Marty. There's 8 hours, bro.
Wait a minute.
I
mean the luggage people?
Phone,
you were on hold for 5 hours.
Whole phone.
I'm going to repeat what I said. I'd go down to DIA. They should have one of those rooms like United where when the luggage is missing, there's someone in there, and you can go in there and say, my luggage isn't here.
Well,
yes, I did. I went to the counter.
Mark, that's not the issue. The issue is when they handed it off to the delivery service. What's the name of the delivery service?
So I have two names for them, actually. The lady at Lufthansa counter handed me a little green slip and told me, this is the people who will deliver you. If you're not there, leave this on the door. On the slip, it says Western Delivery Solutions.
Western Delivery Service. And what else?
And then
Solutions.
When I finally got a hold of Lufthansa, they told me they were called Denver Bags Incorporated.
Well, which one is it?
I think it's the same thing. I think they just use different
one could be a DBA. I mean, who knows?
Denver Bags what?
But who did she talk to?
Okay, we need
I talked to a man named Mike.
Okay, do you have a number for Mike at Denver Bags?
Yes.
Okay, that's where we start then. I can't see how she loses in small claims court. Have you valued your stuff?
Does she even have standing if they argued that? If she went after the bag company, John? I mean, if they argued that.
Well, they're not going to argue. What are they going to argue? That we have a contract with Lufthansa, not with you?
I don't know. These are the same people that left her bags on that sidewalk.
I'd still go.
What's the worst that can happen? File it.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Yeah, why not?
Denver Bags Incorporated, but we got to call them. Doc, you got to call these clowns right now. They can't possibly have any kind of explanation why anyone. They're supposed to get a signature, and they did not do it.
What was the value of the luggage and the contents? What was it?
Probably $1,000 a bag. I have credit card receipts for all the leather I bought in Italy.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Oh, that's too bad. Because you can't go back and get it. Doggone it. I would sue for what it would take you to buy that leather through.
You know, I actually believe her, too. Not just because she has receipts. I thought she was going to say, I had $8,000 in cash.
No, I know.
Some gems.
No, it was
Picasso.
It was probably $1,000. It was 3 suitcases packed with my things, my daughter's things, all the formal wear we wore to the wedding. You know, everything we purchased out there. I was bringing gifts back to my daughter here.
Okay, I'm calling this the moron bag handler.
Maybe we should try to see if they'll just come on air and talk about it.
Moron bag handler.
Let's do that, man. If they won't, I'll call.
Yeah, and then if not, then Doc can call because then they'll already have a heads up.
Right.
Suze, let's just see if they'll come on from the delivery service. Let's give them a chance. Angelica, you made my day. This is unbelievable to me. It is. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Garage Magic, the beautiful coatings, guaranteed for life. And Garage Magic has all employees, no subs, and they are dedicated to doing the best job possible. Garage Magic for your garages and patios and walkways and pool decks. 720-600-HOME.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver.
You know what?
This report is
We might have
sponsored by
got lucky
Blindster.
here. What? Hold on, let me look at this from the Google view.
Just north of the metro area with a
Lufthansa, you
vehicle
mean?
fire near Highway
No, no, the,
26.
okay.
Is
So,
looking good and no problems on I-25.
the Western Delivery Solutions is a Colorado LLC, and it looks like the registered agent is most owner, Michael Borowski, and the street address is his apartment. That's what it looks like.
Currently 67. With your impact traffic in there, I'm Chris McLaughlin.
Now let's see if they have any DBAs.
Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blind shades and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for your blinds. Shop Blindster today and save big. Blindster.com.
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, I urge you to call them. Do you know why? They will be straight with you on what you need in your retirement. If you already have a 401k, that's not a retirement plan. If you have an IRA, that's not a plan. If you even have, an estate plan, that's not a retirement plan. You need to coordinate all of these things. That's what they do. In fact, they save you money because they can pick out areas where you need to do certain things to save money. They'll be transparent with you and show you this. Call them, meet with them as many times as it takes for you to feel comfortable. rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211. The people I use, and you can too, family owned and operated, 970-663-3211, RP, for retirement planning, rpcenter.com. Now, one component of your retirement plan may be become the banker. It's a strategy where you overfund a small life insurance policy, and I say small because the goal is not to sell life insurance, and you overfund it on purpose because the government allows it to grow tax-free. Now, some people say tax-deferred, but with Joe Chiano and his team, it's tax-free. They show you how. You use it instead of credit cards, then pay it back like credit cards, but that interest goes to you, and it helps grow your retirement plan where you pull that money out eventually, tax-free. Find out more. BecomeTheBanker.org. BecomeTheBanker.org.
Tired of long waits and rushed care at the ER and urgent care clinic? Next time, stay home and let Dispatch Health bring the power of the hospital to you.
I call Dispatch Health. A care team of medical professionals actually come to your house. They're the same
People that you would see if you were at a hospital or an urgent care.
Dispatch Health can treat most non-life-threatening emergencies.
I got the owner's name and number.
Urinary tract infections, blood test, urinalysis, ultrasound. It's almost everything that they can do at the ER. You never feel rushed. They're there for you and only you.
I felt like their only patient.
And it costs no more than a trip to urgent care because Dispatch Health is covered by most insurance, including...
Doc, if you end up calling, I got the owner's name.
Good. Well, yeah, if Suzanne can't get him, I will.
And beyond. It's wonderful to have care come to your home.
House calls are back, and they're better than ever. Learn more at dispatchhealth.com.
You don't get to be the league's all-time leading rush without feeling some pain.
Pro football Emmett Smith knows joint pain, and he also knows the old treatments aren't the only treatments. Today, there's a natural alternative to drugs and surgery. It's biologic therapies from QC Kinetics.
I'm talking regenerative solutions that encourage your body to heal and repair itself.
Do you have pain in your hips, knees, shoulder, lower back? Want to get your teeth back? The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics can help.
Want to learn more about this exciting natural way to deal with chronic joint pain.
Don't put it off. Call QC Kinetics. Restorative regenerative solutions with no downtime and lasting results.
Don't let your joint pain keep you from doing things you love. There's a new natural solution that patients are raving about.
QC Kinetics.
Make a call to QC Kinetics. Tell them Emmett Smith sent you.
Call QC Kinetics.
Yeah, I got the owner. His name is.
That's 303-900-8986.
And he's definitely the owner.
303-900-8986.
Michael Borowski.
Can you imagine an office where you can have all of your complex
And I
dental
wonder
needs
what
taken
this
care of
phone number
in
is.
one
This
location?
could be
Dr. Barrett's with Barrett's Dental.
Psych
If you're looking for a dental office where you'll feel safe and won't be judged, then you need to call Barrett's Dental. With our extensive skills,
Western Delivery Solutions, Michael Borowski, and then here's the address. So basically, it's his apartment,
change your smile and your life.
and he's his own district agent.
If you're scared, you're hopeless.
I mean, he risks losing a lot of. I don't know how many airlines use him.
We can help you too normally and even food you
I'll tell you this: he keeps his shit up on Secretary of State, which is more than a lot of people do.
Right. Good things for others, good people. Call us. We'll take great care. If you're looking for a safe place to take care of
Yeah, fucking bring video and change everything.
45 minutes it sat there.
Sat where?
The luggage before it was stolen.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that amazing? Even that within itself is crazy nowadays. You can put something in front of your house for 45 minutes until it's stolen. Hey, did you see that DA got ousted last night? Boy?
Yeah.
I think
and that's from the liberals in San
that's
Francisco.
as liberal as it gets. I think Gaston will be next.
I do too.
They need 50,000 more
Did
signatures.
you see the pedigree on that guy though?
Where?
He was all George Soros, literally George Soros.
Who? The guy in San Francisco?
No, the one in L.A.
Was that Garcetti in L.A.?
Gaston.
630 K-How.
Seems like his dad is like Weather Underground, spent 40 years in prison. His mother spent 20 years in prison.
No, I did not see that.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. One Clear Choice Garage Doors. I'm telling you, the great place to get your garage door fixed or installed, an opener or a spring or whatever you need. Here's the thing. One Clear Choice will take care of you, and here's what I'm going to tell you. All of their prices are on the website, oneclearchoicedoors.com, 720-370-3987. Even emergency service. Okay, so we're contacting the delivery place.
I talked to him.
Now, for those listening, Angelica flew back. Her luggage is misplaced. The Lufthansa airline says we'll deliver it to you. You know, they've done that before with me, delivered luggage to home. So here's what happens. They did deliver it. They delivered it at 11 something at night, 11 whatever, and we have the video showing it. And they left it out on the street. And it's a busy street, Angelica. What street is that?
Verde Drive. It's pretty busy.
And what city?
Colorado Springs.
Okay, right out on the street. Leave it right out in front. And 45 minutes it sat there or less. Somebody stole it. You were never notified, never got a signature, nothing. The airline said they should have gotten a signature. Meanwhile, Denver Bags Inc. tells you to go pound salt. Pound salt! Right. They leave your stuff on the street in the middle of the night. And they tell you tough, you know what? What happened?
He told me the same, Tom. He doesn't give one poo. Said it was the airline. She needs to deal with the airlines.
It's the airlines. It's his person who dropped it off, not the airline.
Didn't give one poo.
What's his name?
His name is Mike. I put his phone number on the screen.
Good. Let's tell Mike what we think of him. And what we have to do now is urge, I swear to God, when you order a ticket, say, I hope you do not use Denver Bags, Inc. to deliver your bags that may sway my decision to use your airline. Mike says it's not my fault, even though my person dropped it off. She has to deal with the airline. What a cop-out. What a little cheat cop-out.
And says it's not his problem, Tom.
He's a piece of garbage, in my opinion. Okay, here's the number. People, I swear to God, do not be rude, vulgar, or threatening, but I believe we do a public service.
It's just like a Google review, except it goes right to the heart of the company. So give your review live. 720-327-4846. Now, get this. Mike says at Denver Bags, Inc., oh, it's not our fault. It's the airline's fault. Now, how can it be the airline's issue when his person dropped off the bags on the street in the middle of the night and did not get a signature, did not tell anybody, just left? What did they expect? That Karnak or some amazing soothsayer was going to automatically know the bags are there? She's going to magically know the bags are there. How did you finally realize the bags had been delivered?
I woke up at 6:30, grabbed my phone, looked at my email, and it said, your bags have been delivered. And it was sent at 12:16 a.m.
Now, I do believe Lufthansa is responsible to you, but I do believe the baggage delivery is responsible ultimately. They're the ones who did it. So for Mike to say that, sure, Mike can say, I didn't contract with you, I contracted with Lufthansa. But for him to say that is so ridiculous in this world today. We need people who care about people. And Mike, you're a frickin' moron. 720-327-4846.
And it's Michael Borowski.
Borowski.
Borasky, and he actually owns Western Delivery Solutions.
Western Delivery Solutions. He is a frickin' moron. Mike Borowski. It's not our fault. We just left the bags on the street. We've heard of porch pirates. This wasn't even on a porch. It was on the street or the sidewalk on the street. In the middle. What was the timestamp on that picture?
11:44 at night.
11:44 in the evening. And now 45 minutes later, some guy comes and helps himself. What a moron. This woman just puts it on the street.
He's a jerk, Tom.
She could have rang the doorbell. You know what? We hear about a lot of outrageous claims on this show. And I truly, honest to God, don't think I've heard anything so outrageous recently. I haven't. I haven't heard anything so outrageous recently. Mike Borowski. Hey, Borowski. Denver Bags, Inc. or Western what, Mark?
I wonder if he's going to, Western Delivery Solutions, LLC. I wonder if he's going to claim, we're not supposed to get a signature. They tell us just drop them off somewhere and we do it.
You know what? I don't care. It's still unconscionable.
Well,
I go
stupid.
by. No,
I don't doubt that.
And I go by. I mean that when I say unconscionable. I mean unconscionable. I mean you have to even with a written contract, you have to live and breathe some reasonableness. You have to. John, isn't that true? Really, isn't that true? You have to have some reasonableness.
Of course.
And this is not one of those reasonable things. Denver Bags, Inc. or Western Delivery Services, 720 Solutions. Okay, Solutions. It's crazy. It's just crazy. So I'm going to give you that number again because I want you to. I think we do a public service. I swear to you. Do you know how much companies rely on reviews? No, they do. So think about a personal phone call from somebody.
Back end, though. He's so back end. All he cares about is what the airlines think.
But we're going to change that, too.
That's exactly right.
He's like a tow truck driver, man.
In other words, he doesn't care about the public opinion of his company.
No, because no one knows he even exists. They're dealing with the airlines.
We know he
exists.
He's
like a tow truck company.
We know he's a moron, and we know he exists, and we know he's a BS. Okay, 720-327-4846, 720-327-4846, Western Delivery Service. Yes, we do know he exists, and we're going to tell the airlines.
Here's what I think.
I'm going to make it a point to call all the airlines and tell them.
I think here's what's going to happen. I think, Lithuania, what's it called?
Lufthansa.
Lufthansa will stand up, but the problem's going to be, what do they owe this lady? When your baggage is lost, what do they pay you? I don't even know.
Well, you know what? Here's the problem. Here is the biggest problem. On the ticket, She agreed to it.
I know.
So much a pound. It's hardly anything.
So I mean, that's
it's going to be about It's going to be about $300 a bag. But maybe we get an attorney to sue Lufthansa. Even I don't know, John. Are those disclaimers on bags pretty ironclad?
Yep, you bet.
Oh boy. Paul. What is your comment?
Well, that's Tom. That's exactly what I was getting into. Whatever the contract is these days on the bags, that's going to be the limit, unless she has some additional insurance that she could put out there.
You're right. You're right. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. You know, she'll get compensated through Lufthansa, but at some point, and then Lufthansa.
Here's I'm wondering now. Hold on. That baggage handling place, as an agent of Lufthansa, are they covered by that contract? They are, you think, John? So I couldn't say, wait a minute.
Well, I still believe that ultimately Lufthansa is the only party that she would have standing to go after, because she never contracted with the other party. They, in turn, may have a claim against that delivery service, and it's that delivery service's negligence that will make Lufthansa liable. But it's Lufthansa that's going to be answering to her, in my opinion.
And I agree with that. Absolutely.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate the comment. We have more coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
We are seeing some delay in traffic on southbound
I-25.
Right?
We even had a death threat while we were gone, and they came and pulled those recordings to tell you.
Against you and Suzanne?
No, it was against Suzanne's fillet.
A very, very good drive. Some slower traffic on
It wasn't me. I thought it was.
No,
everybody wants to kill you, Tom.
They were going to cook.
Well, it's hard to believe, but
for international.
After having children of their own,
Doesn't say how much.
To adopt 6 more. Hear the story of how their family became the size of a baseball team.
I think it is probably something like per pound or something like that. Defines their liability.
No, it's more than that. International. Here it is.
Joe Lazara is a criminal defense attorney. Who needs him? Anyone who commits a crime. And you know DUI is a crime. It's also a motor vehicle violation. It's both. So you have to handle both items. Now, you may say, I'm not guilty. You may say, yeah, I am. Whatever it is, you need an attorney, no matter what it is. Now, try to prevent it at all costs, please, with ride shares, taxis, designated drivers. But if you're in trouble, you do need an attorney. You shouldn't shop when you're under pressure. That is the dumbest time to shop. Joe Lara, initial consultations, 303-429-6200, 429-6200. I've also done the shop for you on pain care. And I, honest to God, I'm speaking from experience. These are great people. They're caring people. All major insurance accepted. ColoradoPainCare.com is the place you can find out where their location is. They're open 7 to 7 for convenient clinic hours and same-day appointments available. 303-GOT-PAIN.
Your car is worth more right now than any time in the past, and that's pretty exciting. Trade in, trade up, trade down, whatever your needs are, the Sharpest Rides in Englewood, they're going to give you the best offer hands down. And the Sharpest Rides is so easy to get to, just located minutes from I-25 in Santa Fe.
It's currently $17.80.
So there's another attorney advertising on Hayhouse. Yes. Joe Ramos.
Oh, the doctor?
Oh, I saw him, the doctor and attorney. Yeah, I see him on TV.
He's now advertising on Hayhouse.
Oh, he is?
And his lead-in is, you see lots of ads from attorneys. Some of them have animals on their ads. And
who's that has animals?
I'm guessing it would be your ad that you just cut with the cow on.
Oh, God.
That would be my guess. I'm the only one that I know that has anything close to that.
What is a cow?
Tommy, Mark, listen, I reached out last night to National Center of Missing and Exploited Children over that kid with no birth certificate. They want to look into it.
There's 10 of them, and 7 of them have no births.
I told them that. I emailed them everything last night. I'm going to clip up the call and figure out. And the kid is willing to talk to us, but not on the air. He is very scared, she said. So I'm going to try to...
I'd be scared, too, if I was kidnapped and held hostage.
He, 19 years old, lives with his parents, was born in his house, homeschooled. They live in Superior now. This was all in Texas.
Never in school, never
They won't
anywhere.
help him. They never documented him or his siblings. They won't help him get a birth certificate.
No birth certificate. Parents won't help him do anything.
And hold on, he has
Unless he's bullshit.
in the same position.
Well, 7 of the 10, or 6 of the 10.
Yeah, 6 others. I'm sorry, 6 siblings.
And some of them are underage. He's
Yeah.
like the second oldest. He's 19 that doesn't have any.
They came from Texas, now they live. They moved to Superior.
Not one of them school.
I don't trust Texans anyway. You gotta watch out for
They're different than those Georgians.
I hope they don't drop off the face of the
This
planet.
is on my last break, right? I'm signing out of my stuff.
We had a cop actually call up, a detective said, listen, after the call and said,
Doc,
give me some information.
More
This is
on
the craziest
Canada.
shit I ever heard.
Right.
And it came in as simple as this. It didn't come in.
What do you want me to do?
It came in from a mother whose daughter knows the
Help her
kid,
guide her through the
and
swamp
he
everywhere.
just asked for some help.
Give
I'm
Doc
trying to get my birth certificate. My parents say I don't have one, but I don't know how to get one, and I want to, leave home and get a job.
No, never mind.
No social, no nothing. But it came in very innocent. How do I get a birth certificate? That's what makes it, I think, more legit than anything.
I totally agree. Totally agree. That ain't right.
19 years old.
They say where I come from. That ain't right.
That ain't right at all. And then you find out all these
I can give
siblings.
you a quick update, Tom, between now and when we.
Okay, or you give it to Mark. I have one call here.
Oh, I was going to give it to, since we only have like a minute and a half.
We got a little more than that.
You just have to call American Financing.
I didn't understand this. This is U.S. Department of Transportation, but in Montreal, every 5 years, all the major airlines, anybody that has any country that has airlines, gets together and actually hammers out this shit. I mean, that's crazy. I didn't even know this existed.
Right.
And what do they call it?
It's called well, this one is International Baggage Liability. This is from the U.S. Department of Transportation. The ones in the United States, domestic.
We should go and tell her about that.
This is even weirder. Would you think the domestic one would be higher or lower?
Well, you think it would be lower.
No,
it's probably
domestic
higher,
is
right?
lower.
It's fucking higher.
How much
It's
is
almost
domestic?
double, 3,800.
But they really.
You know why? Because the international, it's everybody's input.
Tom Martino, Troubleshooter. So Angelica flew Lufthansa, a round trip Rome, Denver, or Colorado Springs, wherever. She lost her bags. They delivered them. When they delivered them, the stupid Denver Bags Inc., which is also Western Delivery Solutions, and Mike, the moron, his people delivered them on the street at 11:44 at night. Right on the street, no doorbell, no signature. I mean, who in their right mind does that?
And it's all on Ring Video.
It's all on Ring Video, and he says, she has to call the airline. We have nothing to do with it. You're full of crap. You can be a mensch and do something about it. 720 is his number, 720-327-4846 if you want to tell him what a moron he is. I believe we're doing a public service when we let people know about their business. Why? Because businesses live or die by reviews and comments. They're always soliciting our opinion, always. So give them your opinion, 720-327-4846. Here's the good news, Angelica. The new limits on bags, Mark. So, in other words, you agree to a limit of your bag, but it's pretty good. Listen to what it is.
Well, this would include all the baggage, so I don't know how many bags we're talking about, but the way I read this...
Wait, I thought you said per bag.
I think this is her baggage. $1,780.
Wait, are you sure? Okay, I thought you said per bag, Mark. It's not.
It says baggage.
How does it read? Exactly?
International Baggage Liability, $1,780.
The limit.
That's it.
Oh, that
says the maximum baggage liability for flights covered by the Montreal Convention, which hers will be, is approximately $1,780 US.
Then that's total. That's like $500 a bag or $600 a bag, right? Yeah.
Hey, that's better than 60 cents a pound.
Yeah, or $300 like it used to be. But anyway, you need to pursue this, Angelica.
She's got to do it through the airline, though. These guys, this guy, Mike,
no,
not
you're right.
going to do anything.
No. You need Lufthansa. Deputy Doc's going to help you get to someone at Lufthansa.
Hey, we've got a lot.
Except I can't believe it's a 5-hour wait. That is, that in itself is wrong.
We got a lot of people in Frontier that happen to listen to the show that I know about. I hope they don't use this Western baggage solution, because if they do, they better switch.
Yeah, I know. Maybe if there are no other companies doing it, I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. But Western Delivery Solutions, they're morons. They're morons. Their phone number is 720-327-4846. This guy literally says, well, we didn't do anything. They have to call
They're crooks. They're worse than morons. They're crooks.
Well,
I don't know.
No, they didn't steal it. They just delivered it that way. I think moron is a good word. I think they do a disservice.
They do have a point, though, man. I do want to point out this lady did not contract them.
No, but still say we're not.
At least say, hey, let me call the airlines up, give me the video, and let me see what we.
Yeah, a good company owner would say, you know what, our person shouldn't have done that. I'm going to look into it. We'll call the airline and get this straightened out. That's what it. Why would you say? We have nothing to do with it.
What was his attitude like, Suzanne?
He doesn't give a crap.
He did not give one poo.
He just doesn't care.
It wasn't his problem, and she needed to deal
That's
with
the thing,
Lufthansa.
not my problem. See, it is his problem. He may not be legally responsible to her because of the contractual arrangement that she has with the airline, but to say it's not my problem, come on, you moron. God, it's amazing to me. Mike Briosky, like the antacid, or Mike whatever it is. Mike
Borowski, Boraski,
Borowski,
owner of Western Delivery Solutions LLC.
Mr. Moron.
It looks like his house, or actually his apartment, is the registered agent of the business. I wonder if he still lives there.
And I'm going to reach out to the airlines.
Of course, and Deputy Doc will be handling this with you, Suze, if she needs a point of contact. I'm really sorry about it. Michael, you have a property manager issue from yesterday. Remember that one? I just wanted to know what the property manager was doing. He said she was extracting revenge. Do you remember? We need to talk to him about that.
I just saw this. We don't have enough time, but the airline, I hope they don't do that, might argue we did deliver it. It was on her property.
No, I don't think they'll deliver that. That's bull crap. More coming up. I'm Tom Martino.
History isn't always boring. In fact, sometimes it can be downright creepy. I'm Aaron Mankey, the creator and host of Lore, a podcast that gives new life
I can't
to
imagine
darkest
a big
stories.
airline like that is going to bitch about it. Although they're all squeezing pennies, man.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Now listen, Mark.
Did you leave your shit up?
No. The questions for John that I saved are on your email. That guy with the property management company, let me explain this to you. He lived in a place, and next door...
I know, I heard it yesterday. It was the biggest moron I ever heard.
Let me tell you, next door he had an issue, and he said...
They were using his trash.
No, that's not true. They were making noise, and they had a lot of people, and they're just bad neighbors. So what he did is he complained, and they resolved the situation.
But he complained about the property manager.
The property manager is using this against him somehow, and making him suffer. But I don't know what she's doing to make him suffer.
I heard the whole call. I got it today.
HD2 Denver.
It reminds me of your poor neighbors.
Yes.
They're like this neighborhood was great until you rolled in, Martino.
Take it easy, Mr. Fuller.
Who moves into a golf course community that doesn't golf? Problem one.
Hey, Mark, have you ever had back there?
No. Yes, I need it.
Okay.
The good news with neurosurgery and back surgery is they have a high success rate as far as not killing people or not hurting them. Not killing people. No, seriously. I mean, it's not, in other words, I don't think it's a highly risky surgery, but yeah, I know. It's scary. Anytime you do that, but thank you, man. I'll talk to you afterwards.
He doesn't. He's just doing pre-op today, no surgery.
Surgery's next Wednesday.
Yeah, that's
Hear me clearly.
You could, if you're going to send them any money, just send it to my I'll make sure.
A man is in custody after making threats against Supreme Court Justice.
Flowers, send them directly to the hospital.
A man was arrested near the Justice's home in Maryland. This is ABC News. In the UK, prosecutors say they've authorized police to charge disgraced producer Harvey Weinstein with 2 counts of indecent assault. The incident in question took place in London in 1996.
Man, the guy is getting 2 cases. I don't even know what to say.
I got a 43 years. They set to go to trial next year.
Why are they're spending all this time on this, but a guy can mow down a lady and her baby and goes to summer camp for 6 months? It's like, okay. Hey, it's nice seeing that even that lady that got mowed down and her kid almost got killed, she said, I voted for him. I've been a Democrat forever. I voted for Gaston or whatever his name is. And I won't do it again.
Probably won't do that.
The national average of gas is now at a record $4.95.
You know, they sold it like, hey, actually they sold it horribly. Really what, you know, cops, there's bad cops. And when you shoot a guy in the back or step on his neck and kill him, there's got to be some kind of better training or something. But they, yeah, but to say like, let's get rid of the cops, well, it's so moronic. You just go, did they not know crime would go rampant? When you can steal up to $995 worth of shit in a city and not even get a ticket, not even go to jail.
I know.
Per day.
You know what one shop owner did? He made everything in his store $996 and had a cash receipt of $995. So if you paid cash, it only cost you $5. But if you stole it, it was over $995. Now that's brilliant.
It's very complicated to have to run a business like that, though. You know?
Yes. K-How News Time, 11:03.
If the NFL approves, the Broncos could soon have a new owner.
I can't imagine why they wouldn't approve, you know. Hey, Shannon, can you put up my first 2, please? Are they out?
Rob Walton is the majority purchaser.
God, Colorado pain is fucking everywhere today.
$4.65 billion. Temperatures warming up this week along the range.
Much quieter for your Wednesday with temperatures right around 80 degrees. We're going to be decreasing clouds throughout the day, leaving us with a sunny afternoon.
So, John, you have any really super interesting cases? It's all pretty much the same with personal injury. Is it mostly car accidents, or is it slip and fall kind of stuff?
So we have a few premises cases, but most of them are always car accidents.
Which found that elementary schools are showing the most decline.
We're pretty picky about premises cases.
We is due to rising housing.
We may be taking 1 out of
birth rates. That's the latest.
And 1 out of 10, probably.
That's probably the same with most firms, though, right?
This report is sponsored by the Mark Moss Show.
At all.
Traffic up and down
They suck. They're hard cases.
And they're expensive. You're putting money up front.
I-70 heading into downtown. That really no other slow traffic to deal with in a major way. Your 225 drive looking good between I-70 and I-25. And I-70 is a nice drive right now between 225 and the Golden area with no delay. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies today, a high reach.
I have a doctor's appointment at 2 o'clock. I've been waiting 2 months to get into the sky.
Who is it?
It's a gastroenterologist. I've been having this weirdest symptoms that nobody can figure out what's going on.
That sucks.
So hopefully, I can't figure out what's going on.
No one
so hopefully it'll give me some insight.
I'm Mark Moss, each week discussing the decentralized revolution. So join me for the Mark Moss Show on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Inflation is close to double digits, and failed progressive policies have left Colorado's middle class reeling. I'm Tim Riker. I'm running for Congress in Colorado 7 to restore the middle class.
No
and put
payments
within reach.
for 18 months.
So you think we're going to elect a Republican senator in November?
Colorado?
Yeah.
Doubtful. Doubtful. You know, our governor actually, compared to some of them, and I can't believe I'm saying this, was not that bad through COVID.
Or what?
Governor, compared to others. It wasn't great by any means, but
he's not up for re-election as a senator.
well, he never even took control. He basically said, you know, the health department of each county can do it.
Who?
Polish.
That's 100% wrong, Mark.
You're sure?
Yes. He absolutely took control of everything. They anointed him as basically commander-in-chief, delegated all the authority to make executive decisions.
I thought he gave it.
And he kept that forever before finally relinquishing it.
God damn.
It was, yeah.
I thought he literally said it's up to each county. Because for a long time, where I lived, there wasn't mass anywhere, but almost every other county had.
Yeah, but there's certain aspects of it that remained the jurisdiction of the counties that never was within the governor's purview. But all the other executive order stuff did. You know.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
All right, welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, try to make your life a little bit better, try to get you back money if you've been ripped off. Hell, we're even trying to help a lady get her luggage back. We know that's not going to happen, but hopefully we can get her paid by the airlines or by the baggage company that dropped her luggage off right in front of her house, which is kind of insane, and then someone stole it 45 minutes. It's all on a Ring doorbell cam. Tell me that hasn't changed a lot of stuff. In studio with me, by the way, John Fuller, attorney at law. I love Mr. Fuller, and I can honestly say we've used John twice. Suzanne and I got T-boned by a lady that wasn't paying attention, ran a red light, every airbag in the car went off, car was totaled. Suzanne had injuries. I had some minor injuries, but it was to John Fuller. And then about a year later, as I've said before, our daughter got rear-ended on I-25, car totaled. Same kind of thing. She definitely had some injuries. In fact, she ended up going to a chiropractor for, I think, 6 months plus, maybe even a year. It's been a few years, but same deal. John got involved and did great both times. So I'm glad to have you in studio, Mr. Fuller. I hope everything's going good.
I have a question. Hey, John, I know you like dash cams. Do you think it's worth it for everybody to get a dash cam?
Well, I mean, listen, they're not just giveaway cheap, but I can tell you that when you have one, it just eliminates any of the he said, she said, or the dispute about liability on accidents. And that can work against you, I guess, is also a possibility. But,
sure, it could.
But if you or your family gets injured in one and you have a video of it, it's invaluable to us.
Well, it'd be the same in a slip and fall in a store or anything, right? I mean, if you actually have video of something being negligent, like an employee spilling a bunch of pickle jars or oil and never picks it up, and 5 minutes later, some lady falls down and breaks her hip. I mean, everything's on video.
No, I know it's great to have. The question is, do you think it's worth a small investment for everybody to have one, if they can afford it?
Yeah, I think they're of tremendous value.
Our daughter has one.
And yes, if you can afford it, I think it's a good idea. The video comment, Mark, I think you're spot on. However, it can cut both ways.
Oh, of course.
We've had cases where segments of videos have disappeared.
Oh, great.
And provably disappeared, and those don't work out so well for the parties that make them disappear.
Yeah, no kidding. That must look horrible in front of a jury, too. Oh, what? How come there's 5 minutes missing?
How did she go from standing up to laying on the ground in, a microsecond that was not captured in 40 frame a second video or something?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
It was Nixon's secretary that did that.
It may have been.
All right, folks, you get the idea of the show, though. 303-713-8255. Any questions? Now, Michael called yesterday. This one was kind of strange. Michael, I'm going to ask you to kind of speed it up a little bit, but if I recall, you live in an apartment building, or do you lease a townhome? Is that correct?
No, it's a duplex.
Okay, so you lease it, and then the owner of that facility also owns a facility across the street, correct?
Well, nearby, yes.
Okay, nearby. And those residents outside of your building, but the same property manager, or I'm sorry, not same property manager, the same owner were doing things they shouldn't have been doing, just basically causing problems. And you complained to the property manager at your place, and they really didn't do anything. So you reached out to the owner of both places, and that owner got involved and kind of reprimanded your property manager. Now your property manager has a bone to pick with you.
Well, that's in principle, yes, but it didn't quite shake out that way. Mr. Martino, I've been thinking about this, and I was returning your call just to be polite.
Yeah, but let's not get into any of that. What I want to try to get into is, where does it stand now? Yesterday you said the property manager has an issue with you. Is that?
That's right.
And then what is she doing to make your life miserable? What is she actually doing?
Well, it's just, Tom, I'm sorry. This has really got me.
Michael, just answer the question. What is she doing? Give me an example. Did she say, hey, I'm going to kick you out? Or, hey, you're being too loud now? Or we're getting a lot of complaints on you? How is she intimidating you?
Well, at this point, she's not.
Okay, then why are you calling?
Well, because of how this all came down and what she tried to do and how she did it. It's illegal as hell. She falsely reported.
What did she false report, Michael?
Well, she said that I was accosting her in her place of business.
But accosting someone, listen, man, when a reporter, I'll give you the same example I had before. When a reporter runs up to a guy and starts asking him questions on live TV, that's accosting him. I mean, it doesn't mean she was beating you up. I get it. You didn't like what she did, but I don't know what's illegal about that.
Well, it never happened. It never happened.
So is she bothering you anymore? You said no, right?
Not at this point.
Okay, well, if she does something, why don't you call back then, and then we have something to address. There is no way I can do anything right now when there's nothing to address.
I understand that. Okay. Well, thank you very much, sir, and keep up the great work, and I so much appreciate you taking my call. Thank you.
You're welcome, Michael. You know, now
Very nice guy.
Yeah, real nice guy, but, you know, it's kind of, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I'm just going to go from there. He is a nice guy. Great. It's kind of funny, though, when you beat someone up like that. I mean, I wasn't... What can I say, John?
All you wanted was a direct answer.
Well, it's not even that, but I did that. Generally, they'd be upset. He comes back with thank yous. That kind of threw me for a loop. 303-713-8255. Get to the point. What's your issue? What are you, crazy? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, Jonathan, what's going on? By the way, we have lines open. Anything you got going on in your life, I want to hear about. 303-713-8255. Been ripped off by a contractor, problem with the dentist. We don't care. We get directly involved. Jonathan.
I have two questions about handguns.
Okay.
Do the concealed carry laws apply to being on private property or just public?
Say that again. I'm sorry I missed that, Jonathan.
The concealed carry laws, do they apply just on public property or also private?
Both. I think both. Now, there's exceptions to that, like you can't carry in a school. And I'll tell you this, if you've had any alcohol or anything like that, you're not supposed to be carrying anywhere. So there's different things. We're going to get on one of our gun experts that actually trains people to get carry permits. I went through the course. I have my carry permit, but I don't remember the answers to the questions. What's your other question?
If it's a concealed weapon when the bullets are not in it.
I would say yes, just because it's not loaded.
What is the circumstance that leads you to these questions? It sounds like you've had a run-in with somebody.
Yeah, what is it?
No, just curiosity, because I haven't studied.
You know, it's a good question, but I would assume, I mean, it would be just as intimidating if you go in and rob a bank with a gun that's not loaded. You're still robbing a bank. You still have a firearm. Right. I don't think it really matters, but hey, we're going to get one of our experts on.
Crime, if you're carrying it but not doing anything wrong, that's my point.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll ask our expert, but I would assume you cannot carry a concealed weapon, at least in the state of Colorado, without a permit, even if it's unloaded. But I'm making an assumption.
Why would you carry an unloaded gun?
To be prepared. I'm saying the bullets
Are you any more?
gun, but they-
How are you any more prepared than if you were carrying a rock in your pocket?
I don't know the answer to his question on a technical basis. So
What if you go into like a shooting range and you're just carrying the gun and then you're going to load it when you want to go practice?
That's not concealed. Where he's asking about a concealed
I'm saying
weapon.
If it's concealed and you're just going to a shooting range, that would be the only thing I can think of.
That's not technically carrying a concealed weapon, but we're going to get one of our gun experts on. I think WD Firearms, Suzanne. Let's see what he says. It's a decent question. 303-713-8255, 303 Martino.
Yadira Carabeo is a dangerous Marxist who will always side with Joe Biden over America. I'm Weld County Commissioner Lori Sane, and I'm running for Congress to stop the Marxist Biden agenda.
Without the
bullets.
Without the training or the permit.
Without the, well, and it sounds like more likely than not he's wanting to carry without a permit and be able to say, look, it's not loaded, I don't technically have a gun. You do. The fact that it's impossibility is not really a defense in most cases like that.
What was the word you used?
Impossibility.
Oh, impossibility.
Because, I mean, listen, would I be reasonable in shooting you if you're pointing an unloaded gun at me? Am I entitled to a reasonable fear that you're going to shoot me? Absolutely.
You bet.
Well, how does the fact that it's unloaded change that analysis?
I'm not arguing with you. I think you're 100%.
Yeah, I don't think it does.
Hold on, guys.
You're 100% right.
3 days left. That's it. If you want to get that new air conditioner, you want to get that new furnace or a system, both of them, 3 days left. Fix It 24/7 is 18 months with zero payments, and I mean zero. You can have all the equipment 18 months before the first payment kicks in. You're not going to find a better deal out there. So if you're thinking about that AC, you got 3 days left. We'll be counting them down. Fix It 24/7, fixmyhome.com, 720-526-3939. No payments, 18 months, ends in 3 days. Colorado Pain Care Sport and Spine. Mr. Martino has been going there now for over about 2 months. They are helping him out. I don't think he could live with this back pain that he has right now prior to his surgery without these guys. If you've been suffering and you have gone to doctors and maybe they got you a little better or even a lot better, but you're still not perfect, I want you to call these guys up. That's all they deal with is pain. 303-GOT-PAIN. That's your phone number, 303-GOT-PAIN. Let's talk about an excellent company. In fact, how many contractors can say this? You don't pay a cent until you're content. Most companies want money up front. If you listen to the show, you know I never think you should pay money up front. There might be a few circumstances, but with Excel Roofing, you do not pay a cent on that new roof until you're content. They did my roof about 2.5 years ago. They did a hail-proof roof. It's absolutely beautiful. Saved a ton of money on my homeowner's insurance, and I even upped my deductible because I'm not going to get any hail damage. It's not a little class 4 shingle. It is a hail-proof roof. If you want to learn about that, or maybe you even have just a little apartment you rent out or a complex, any roof you need, they have everybody's budget in mind. They've got great pricing. Their service is unbelievable. They've been around over 20 years, family run and operated. Jay Bretz is the owner. I use him personally. If you need a new roof or when it hails, if you want to call someone that's going to tell you exactly what you need and they know how to deal with your insurance company, you call Excel Roofing. Go to excelroofing.com. That's excelroofing.com.
Are you embarrassed by your smile? Are you unable to eat the foods you love, afraid to laugh, afraid to live a normal life, even afraid to go out in public? Dr. Barrett's with Barrett's Dental here. I believe that you deserve a smile that you can be...
What else has been going on, John? Anything cool?
Not really. just just doing it.
You taking any vacations this summer, John?
Here, Mark, listen to this. Wait a second.
But big firms just keep hurting. Now, this is how you want to be treated by your accident lawyer. But big firms just keep herding them in, hoping for the big case, and the others get the run. At Fuller Law,
You think that other guy is actually targeting that?
interesting.
Do you know any others that have animals on their fucking ad?
Well, you made me think of something. The trains, the, what do you call them, the light rails, I swear there's an attorney on there that does have an animal, but I don't remember.
Heads up real quick, I'm getting Brent Ivinson and Q this break, okay, to talk to him for a second about
Well,
refund.
maybe I'm just sensitive, but I just assumed that since it was on this station, that...
Yeah, it's interesting.
Well, McDivitt has a frog.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
that's who's on the train.
Okay, I just remember, yeah, I know he has a frog.
But you would think they'd say a reptile then, or whatever.
Well, frog's an animal.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not me. Maybe I'm just sensitive.
He's going to find the same thing, though, that he's up against.
Well, he's going to find that his first time, he's not going to get shit for fucking 2 years doing one every blue moon or something. So
now, how are you listening? Is it over?
I heard it on
is it the app?
On Mike's show this morning on the radio. Well, that's a good question. I thought I heard it in my truck, but I was listening to something on the web.
So if
I
it's
got out of my truck. So
if it's on the app, it's different.
On the app.
Yeah.
I can't promise you it wasn't, but
because they're
the
different
first time I've
sets.
ever heard it, though.
Total different sets of commercials.
Right.
Because I haven't heard it at all, is why I say that.
I just
Although
heard
I
it the
think
first
Suzanne
time.
said she heard it.
Did she?
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino, you've been ripped off, taken advantage of. John Fuller, a couple questions real quick, then we'll get back to the phones. Personal injury. One of the things that was very unique about you when I used you and Suzanne used you is you were almost like a quarterback. And what I mean by that is you kind of walked us through the whole process. You explained what needs to be done, who we should go see, and I'm even talking about different doctors. Why? One of the things we ended up doing was outside of Kaiser, because we have Kaiser for health insurance. They're a little hard to deal with compared to other ones, right? So we ended up going to a guy that you knew who was great. Suzanne loved him. He was a chiropractor. He did a lot of adjustments because her neck was hurting and her back. She had a broken nose. I mean, he didn't have anything to do with that. But I guess what I'm getting to is you kind of gave us, if you're expecting this, we need to do these things. You kind of walked us through it.
Right. Yep. That's exactly what we try to do. I've handled, I don't even know how many cases, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cases. And so I have some idea of how certain things are going to play out for us down the road. And I think it's my job to help inform my clients and to let them know what's going to help us achieve the best outcome. Sometimes that may be using the exact same doctors that you've used for 20 years as your primary care physicians, sometimes not. In that particular case, we were concerned about the willingness of Kaiser to participate in litigated type cases, and because of the difficulty that we have in dealing with them, we chose to go outside of Kaiser.
And in the past, you've had issues with Kaiser running into that.
Yeah, we've had some issues with them making their, staff available to answer questions and to participate in the process. And I get that. I mean, that's an important distinction to make because, most doctors, and Doc, you can chime in on this as well if I'm wrong, but for a doctor to diagnose a broken arm, for example, okay,
yeah,
they can look at an X-ray and they can accurately diagnose that as a broken arm. They don't need to distinguish between whether he got hit by a linebacker playing football or was in a car wreck or jumped out of a plane and injured his arm that way. They don't really care in most instances about causation.
They just know there's a broken arm.
They know there's a broken arm. And so it's an extra step for a doctor to go beyond merely a diagnosis of what's wrong to then forming an opinion about causation. Sometimes it's very important, other times not as much.
Well, other than a legal case, there's no reason to worry about causation.
in many cases, that's true.
So one of the things we learned, I forget the chiropractor's name, the doctor Suzanne used. I got to meet him because I was there with her, probably 50 times.
Right.
But one of the things we learned is some of these sudden movements, like when you get back pain, or let's just call it whiplash, whatever, a generic name for it. Some of the damage it's done, you can literally see in an X-ray, you can see in an MRI, you can see the damage, and they know how to repair it. But what I didn't realize, in the long term, that can cause issues you might not deal with until you're in your 50s or 60s or even older than that. Some of the issues you have that are treated right now can cause, for example, really bad arthritis. So you got to have a doctor that understands that and knows how to explain that to a jury if it comes down to that, or at least to the other insurance company that's dealt with it before. Hey, listen, she went to treatment for a year. Here's the MRIs. There's no doubt when she's older, she could get really bad arthritis due to this accident. So that I never realized before, how long-term some of those can be.
Absolutely.
And where that brings me to, and really I was thinking about this just a second ago, how many people, get into an accident where they're rear-ended, they do have that motion, they don't go to the hospital, and they hurt for a week or two, maybe a little longer. They should get checked out. They don't get checked out. Maybe eventually the pain goes away, but they have no idea some of that damage is literally could be long-term and come back. And it amazes me they don't call an attorney. It absolutely amazes me why people wouldn't call an attorney with any form of neck pain. And I'm not kidding. And I know there's people out there going, oh, you're just, that's an ambulance chaser. No, it's not. I've lived through these, and my wife's lived through them. And there's a lot of things that can happen, man.
It's really not just a matter of, trumping up something or ambulance chasing or anything like that. You have to understand that the whole world is geared around minimizing the possibility that you were injured and anybody's responsibility for that. And so if you go into it with that mindset, then you understand that it's imperative that you get checked out. It may not be something you like doing. Nobody likes going to the doctor. Nobody wants to go to urgent care or the ER or any of that kind of stuff. However, if we don't document this injury today, then when we talk about it 3 or 4 weeks down the road, the general consensus will be that it does not exist.
Yeah, because why didn't you go to the doctor? Yeah, and I guess
would have gone, right?
the reasonable answer, which you and I could understand, would be, well, I didn't think it was that bad and I figured it would go away.
Right.
So I didn't, which could very well be a truthful answer, but it's devastating to the case.
I will assume that it is accurate. And I can't tell you how many clients have told me that. Well, I didn't go and now it's just not going away and it's 5 or 6 weeks later. It's virtually impossible to go back and connect the dots.
And you can
been that big of a gap.
And you've done this for so long. I mean, if someone is in a case like that, and if it's happened recently, I mean, you can kind of talk to them, and you always do this for free anyhow, but you can actually rate the case. I mean, literally. And I hate to put it so bluntly, you can look at the insurance from both sides. You can see what kind of coverage there is. You can talk to them about what kind of injuries there are. I mean, about everything when it comes to the injury side of it, and figure out truly what that case is worth.
Well, it may be hard to put a dollar value on it at the beginning, but I can certainly give you a roadmap of what things are going to look like and what's going to fall into place and what the challenges are going to be, and I do that in every single case.
I go back to the quarterback. I didn't realize when we hired you, you were like, okay, if you want the best outcome we can get, this is what we need done.
Right.
This, and this. You laid out that complete roadmap, and we followed it. And sure enough, the one I'm referring to, that first one, we got the high limit on that side. She had no more money on her insurance.
Right.
There was no other pocket to go into. So honestly, you can't do a better job than that. I mean, honestly, you couldn't have got us, even if you got us $1 million judgment, we would have ended up with what we ended up with because she had nothing but her insurance.
Correct.
That's a frustrating part to people, too, I want to talk about. But meantime, this sounds crazy. Mike, hold on. He's got a comment on settlements after an accident. Dina, what's going on? This sounds horrible. Assault charge? Dina.
Yes.
What's going on? This sounds horrible. Were you charged with assault, or did someone assault you? What happened?
No, I was supposed to go to the emergency room at Lutheran so I could have the evaluation questionnaire done to see if I was a fit for the program, the inpatient program they had. And all I was supposed to do was just go in and tell them what I was doing.
Hey, Dina, what kind of program is this the hospital had? What's the name of it or the description?
Well, the West Pines part.
Mark, let me explain.
Yeah, okay, hold on, Dina. Suzanne's going to give me the short story.
My understanding is she went to check herself into their mental health facility. They said she needed to get evaluated by the ER. The ER, that's the part I'm a little lost on. She then gets sent to another facility. That's where she needs to pick up.
Where does assault come in?
No, well, when I went to the ER, when I was just supposed to be doing a question evaluation type thing,
Yeah.
they took me over to the left side, and where the miscommunication came in, I don't know. But they threw a gown at me and told me to strip.
Okay.
I'm like, wait a minute, if this is just a question thing, why do I have to...
All right, Dina, hold on. I think I know where we're going with this. I want you to hold tight. I got to take this break. I'll come back to you. Real quick, Mike, what is your comment on settlements?
Hey, I went through a settlement with, lawsuit and stuff, and they kept trying to go back and forth with in the end, and no matter what the amount was, I wound up having to sign that to where
John, do you know what he's trying to say there? Kind of went over me.
No, I think what he's saying is that at the end of the day, when you sign on a settlement, that's it. It's permanent. That's
well, of course
that you're agreeing to essentially self-insure about.
But Mike, that's about anything. I got a follow-up question on that if you want to hold though, Mike. I'd like to know.
I'd like to know his particular circumstance
because I didn't think about that. But it goes back to insurance and coverage, though. Even if you're going to be, hold on, we got to take this break. 303-713-8255.
KHOW Denver.
His life has changed forever.
He got fucked because nothing ever got better or whatever. I mean, I'm sure he's right.
Approval reverse.
So your RV lots are starting to fill up there. Have you noticed that?
Oh, it's crazy, man. I'll tell you, some of the places we stay are unbelievable, dude.
Yeah. The sales lots that had no inventory forever.
Oh, yeah, it's gasoline.
Are starting to fill up.
Oh, especially like units like I have, man.
So in a couple of years, when they get to hurting, I'm going to want you to call your boy up there and get one like yours to hook me up. So. But I ain't paying what they're asking for those fuckers now, so.
No, they're crazy.
But
mine brand new now is well over $1 million.
Yeah.
1-2.
Yeah.
And that's just the gas for a month.
But you're right, gas and diesel especially are just so high.
It's got to be.
People are like, fuck this, we're not going in.
I filled up last week, it was $4.18.
Today and save big, Limester.com.
All right, check it out. A free market analysis from Frank Duran, the real estate man. I really want you to take advantage of this. If you listen to the show, you know Frank's a great guy. There's no high pressure to sell. But if you've been sitting and living in that house for a while and you have no idea what the true value is, there's no better way to find out. It's absolutely free. There's no pressure. His hope is when you do go to sell it or you do go to buy another property, you're going to call him. You're going to meet him personally. You're going to love him. He's been with us on the referral list for over 15 years. He's been around. He's got the best stats. In fact, Frank sells more homes in 1 month than most realtors sell in an entire year. FrankDuranHomes.com. Just call him for that free market analysis. FrankDuranHomes.com. Approval reverse mortgage. Joan Sullivan has been on this show so many times I can't even tell you. I would say Joan Sullivan has been in studio with us answering questions about reverse mortgages for over 10 years. She is who I trust more than anybody else. If you have any questions on a reverse mortgage, I want you to check out Joan Sullivan and her team at Approval Reverse. Go to approvalreverse.com. Any questions, she'll be honest. She'll tell you if it's a good idea for you, a reverse mortgage, or a bad idea. She's a straight shooter. In fact, she uses her own product. Approvalreverse.com.
Do roller coaster stock markets make you nervous? With such frequent ups and downs, don't let market volatility derail your retirement. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of
Approval Reverse. I'm double checking. I'm starting to think, is it reverse approval or approval reverse? Okay, I'm going to go right to ideal. That Dina sounds insane. Did Dina drop off?
Heavy square bags, but things just got better. Permagreen Sphagnum Peat Moss comes in a convenient 1.5 cubic foot bag. It's easy to lift, easy to carry, and easy to use. Like all Permagreen products, Permagreen Sphagnum Peat is 100% organic. You don't need a miracle.
That looks good. I don't even know what's in that bag. Nor do I care. It looks good. Isn't that sad?
Yep. Well, why are you doing that?
Well, I have to
Going
now.
on 3 days.
Well, because I'm a moron. Good enough?
I'll do it. I'll do that with, like, you know, what do they call it? Gunslinger coffee or whatever the hell it's called. Gunpowder coffee or some shit like that. And not eat till like 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
I did that for over a year. Eat
But
once a day.
I don't know.
I can go 3. I can go 3, no problem. I can do 4, no problem. Then it gets weird. You start actually, you get loopy, man. It's almost like being buzzed, getting drunk or high. It gets really weird after 4. You can't really, I can't drive. Now there's something, I wonder if anybody's ever been arrested for fasting and driving.
I doubt it. Because how would you know that?
Sorry, officer, I haven't had anything to eat for 4 fucking days, you know.
Can you imagine your clients up against that? Oh, you're not going to believe what he said right on camera.
Right.
Sorry, officer, I'm so dizzy I can barely stand. I haven't eaten for 4 days. I didn't even know I ran into her.
Right.
The other thing when I do it, I don't any cream in my coffee. And straight black coffee tastes like shit.
That's all. That's all I ever drink.
Just straight.
Mm-hmm.
I've had cream in my coffee forever. I've never not had it. I've never had sugar or any kind of flavors, but I've always had cream. You can put if you're doing no carb or, you know, no cows at all, you can do no, just no carb. You can do heavy whipping cream.
Right.
There's no carbs.
Or even half and half.
It's got a little. It's under 1, but it's got a little. Plus, I tend to put a shitload in, so. Hey, there's some things. If you look at the serving size, it's total bullshit. There's no one that would only eat, like, cashews. You know, serving size is 18 pieces.
Right.
That's a handful. All right, 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by Panacea. These guys sell CBD. They sell it for everybody. This is real CBD that works. In fact, that's their website, realcbd that works. What I love is seed to sale. They control everything, including the packaging, actually growing it. They have their own labs right here in Colorado. They're in multiple retailers. They can ship to you direct. And if you go to their website, realcbdthatworks.com, enter promo code TOM, and you can save 30%. realcbdthatworks.com. Now, I've got a question for Brent Ivinson. He is one of our folks at referrallist.com. Brent is a great guy. He owns Ideal Home Loans, and we're getting a lot of calls on this, and I can't believe it's happening. And I read an article not even last week on CNBC about credit card debt, and the average American is starting to carry a lot, and I mean a lot of credit card debt. Some of us might think the economy's doing good right now. I personally don't at all, but the average person out there is starting to stack up debt, and that is extremely high interest debt. So, Brent, what I wanted to ask you, and listen to what I'm asking, even if mortgage rates are a little higher, they're still all-time lows. Everybody got used to that 3.5%, 4%, whatever. So now they're around 5% or whatever they're at. So they're a little higher. But for any reason in the world, if your credit card debt, which compounds monthly, is at $20,000 and it's at 18%, it still makes 100% financial sense to consolidate it through a refi if you have some kind of equity, right?
Well, absolutely. And, listen, you're being kind. A lot of the credit card debt that we see is financed at 29%. And so,
oh, my God.
For you, the amount of revolving debt being carried by consumers hit an all-time high last month.
That's what I was reading.
Here's what ends up happening, and we see this again and again. People don't call us until all of a sudden they start falling behind. Don't wait until you've fallen behind. Call us now so we can get ahead of it. We can show you what your effective interest rate is or your blended interest rate is across all of your debt right now. And I can promise you with the amount of money we are going to save you and applying some of that savings back towards your new mortgage, you are going to pay considerably less interest on all your debt, and you're going to be at an effective interest rate that is around what you're at on your lower mortgage right now. But you're getting rid of that credit card debt, and you're creating cash flow to put money into savings so you don't have to turn to credit next time you have an emergency. You can turn to cash.
So less interest, cash flow goes up. You can look at everything. So you're going to look at any credit card debt they have, even car debt. If they're in a high-interest car debt, you're going to look at the equity they have. You're going to crunch the numbers, and you guys are going to show them exactly how much interest they're going to save over the term, and you're going to show them exactly how much cash they're going to save each month.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the other thing, too, you're out from underneath that credit card debt. I mean, if you've got a $30,000 balance and you're making minimum payments, you are looking at a 30-year proposition at 29% interest. It's really hard for consumers to get ahead on this.
So you really never pay. I mean, honestly, you never pay it off. You end up paying, at some point, you end up paying just interest on interest on interest.
That's exactly right. And guess what? That's also tied to prime. They're going to hike prime again, and that means credit card interest rates are going to go up even further. So get ahead of it before your payments climb.
Folks, I'd take advantage of this. You got any questions? You're sitting on a high credit card debt or a high car debt or any debt that's just outrageous. I mean, really high interest, or maybe you have something coming due. You got to get this stuff paid off. 303-867-7000. Brent Ivinson, Ideal Home Loans, 303-867-7000. Hey, Brett, I appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Mark.
You got it. John, can you believe that, though? The highest. I mean, these payments, people just sit back. Here's what I'm afraid happened. A lot of that stimulus money did exactly what it was supposed to do for a little bit. It stimulated the economy. I mean, let's face it, we were all cooped up. Once restaurants and planes and everything opened up, everybody got out there. Stimulus money's no longer coming in. So what do? You use your credit card. And, man, with inflation and everything else, a lot of people got to use those credit cards just to stay up on top of it each year. It's bad, man.
I don't know where everything's going between the lack of employees out there.
That's horrible.
Critical high debt levels, interest rates going up. I mean, I really think we're going to be having some bad times.
It's going to be a recession.
Yep.
I mean, you've got Diamond saying it. He's one of the top dogs out there. I mean, he's in banking. I think it's Chase, right? He's the top at Chase. I mean, he's looking at numbers every single day.
Right.
And then on top of him, who just came out? Wasn't it Yellen last week or over the weekend? I think it was 2 weeks ago. She said, "Oh, man, did I screw up?" That was probably the first honest thing I've heard from someone in government for a while. She honestly said, "Hey, we didn't think this was going to be around that long, but it is." Now, we had a caller before that called up and had a question on carry permits and what is considered a weapon. So I've got Wayne on with WD Firearms. WD Firearms Training. They're on a referral list at referrallist.com. Hey, Wayne, this is probably a pretty simple question. I don't know why he was asking this question, nor do I care, and I think I know the answer to it, but if a weapon is not loaded, let's even go as far as to say there's no clip. So the clip's not in it, and you have it concealed, and you're walking around in a restaurant or a grocery store, wherever with it that would normally be permitted. If you don't have a permit, that's still carrying a concealed weapon, or the fact that it's not loaded makes it a non-weapon?
No, that's not true. The definition under ATF for a firearm, whether it's loaded or not, is still a firearm.
Period.
Period.
You made me think of something else. Isn't it Texas where there's certain counties that people walk around with it open carry?
Yes.
They do it here in Colorado.
Yeah, so open carry, though, you don't have to have a permit for it. In Colorado, or let's just say, does it go by county or the entire state? It goes by county, right, Wayne?
No, the open carry law is a state law.
And what does that mean? I can openly carry a rifle around.
Yes.
And there's
however,
Go ahead.
However, some venues, such as Denver, and I believe Boulder and so forth, and there's a bunch happening now in Boulder County.
Yeah, they have their own city ordinances.
City ordinances.
So,
which is kind of counter to the state law, but there was a judge a few years back that allowed Denver to do that.
Well, I think that's called. There's other times they use that besides guns. I think it's called home rule or home base, something like that. In other words, there's the municipality can create more stringent rules than what the state does. I think we allow that. Well, it's evident we allow it.
Well, you're right, but the history of it was that Denver passed a law that made it very restrictive on people passing through even in cars or something, passing through Denver with guns, and that law was eventually ruled unconstitutional. And from that point forward, we had a Supreme Court of Colorado opinion that said, no, there's certain grounds that you can't trespass upon, or certain rights that you can't trespass upon. But that recently was overruled. And as soon as that was overruled, we reverted back to the situation where home rule municipalities can enact rules as long as they're more restrictive than the state law and more restrictive than federal law.
They can't be less.
They can't be less, but as long as they're more, they're free to do that, and they're perfectly legal to do that, which is...
That's where we sit right now. Suzanne?
I had a caller want to know, what if the firing pin is out? Is it a...
It's still a firearm.
It's still a firearm.
And did you ask about public property versus private?
Oh, yeah, Wayne, hold on a second. I got to take this break. Just hold tight. I got a couple. He had another question I forgot about. 303-713-8255. Todd, is Todd the guy with that flyer? He was handing out flyers to women in the park? That's Todd. Is it that Todd? All right. You're going to want to stick around for this. 303 Martino.
Yeah, that dude is just waiting on what charges they're going to nail him. He's just waiting to find out what jail he's going to go to,
Weigh it, and they'll pay it. You know what I'm talking about? David Ellis Jewelry, you got anything, old watches, anything of value, anything with precious metal. I don't care if it's gold teeth. You know, maybe you have titanium in a hip you're going to get taken out. These guys will pay you a fair price. Forget all about pawn stores. You want to go to a jewelry store, you want to go to Davis Ellis, they pay top dollar for it right there on the spot. They weigh it, they pay it. 303-322-8779, 303-322-8779. They're at 3rd and Clayton. David Ellis Jewelry. SimplyFloors8.com. They make it so easy to buy new flooring. I've used them multiple times. Buddy Mitchell will send his salespeople out. They'll measure everything for you. They'll bring the samples. I don't care if it's tile, hardwood, LVT. You name it. When it comes to flooring, they have it. The best prices. In fact, they can beat the big box stores like Lowe's and Home Depot by up to 40%. That's kind of a secret. SimplyFloorsInc.com.
For your deck, imagine Trex composite decking, the hassle-free alternative to wood decking. Trex won't warp, rot, or splinter, won't need seasonal painting, sealing, or staining, and won't become food for termites. The Deck Superstore has the same look.
Progressive DA. I think, doesn't the mayor take over? And then the mayor's got to.
I don't know.
I think in Colorado how it would work. Well, I don't even know. We don't have recall, do we?
Oh, of course we do.
Oh, there's states that don't have recall. I don't think New York has a
We
mechanism.
tried to recall, did we try and recall Hickenlooper with somebody?
Do we have a recall in Colorado?
They tried to recall.
Okay, so we do.
A few times.
Because like I know in New York, they have no mechanism for it.
Right. No, we do have it, and they tried it. They tried to do it on Bolus last year.
They couldn't even get the 6.
They got the 6, I think, but it didn't
go anywhere.
anywhere.
I do remember that because they were saying a lot of the signatures weren't valid and some other shit.
Yeah, well, that's always the, once they submit, they lose a certain percentage of them. And yeah, I mean, sometimes they're just.
So I would think
bullshit.
what would happen is the mayor, generally, if a state has it, I would guess the mayor has to appoint someone in the interim until the next election, or you have a special election. Yeah, for the DA.
The mayor gets to appoint one, which will be another Democrat.
Of course, but only up until
the next election. But the issue is, why that guy got booted.
Yeah.
You're going to hit your horse to hit the wagon of whoever you appoint. It better pass muster, or else you're going to be held accountable.
I wonder if that San Francisco mayor is as crazy as the DA was.
I don't know. For an example, that mayor could, in theory, reappoint the same guy.
That would be insane.
But it would be suicide.
Oh, he'd be gone. They'd recall his ass the second he did it.
He probably would.
I heard they got 60% of the vote. That's pretty big, man, for a recall. Mm-hmm. This guy didn't have supporters coming out.
No, but he was also outspent like a zillion to one, too. The recall effort was very well funded.
I'd be so pissed if I lived there, man. They showed some properties. I mean, really nice stuff. And
oh, yeah.
You come out, you got homeless everywhere. You're getting mugged or chipped down.
You don't go down to Denver as much, do you?
No, I don't go down to Denver.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
We stayed at a nice hotel down there for a concert, I don't know, beginning of this year. And we came out of that hotel. We showed up at night, and we parked in the garage, so we went in through the garage.
Right.
In the morning, we went out. We rented some scooters from Uber or whatever. And right across the street was just a tent city, man. I couldn't believe it. I was like,
I
holy
see
shit.
that every day in downtown Denver, and it just blows my mind. I can't believe it. I can't be okay with it. It's just bullshit.
One of the mayors years ago, I had my place in Montbello, one of my good years, and we had the same homeless around us. Nothing like it is now, but the same homeless around us for years. And he paid for bus tickets for a shitload to go to California. Seriously, one-way bus tickets. Nice. Winter was coming up. This was a real deal. I think it was Webb. And, no, who was it? It wasn't Webb. Who was it? Maybe it was Webb. But anyhow, it was a liberal guy. It was not, I don't think it was Romo. Well, it was, this would be 2012, so whoever it was. But they were gone for a solid year. Then they started coming back slowly.
That's probably Hick.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. We got a line open. Greg and Todd, hold on. I want to go back to Wayne real quick. He's with WD Firearms Training. Suzanne, what was the second question that guy had that was on air?
Considered a concealed weapon if you're on public property and private property.
Yeah, is it all the same, Wayne? I mean, with the exception, I would assume your own residence. You can put the weapon wherever you want, but anywhere else, how is it looked at?
Well, it's the same for your vehicle. You can carry it anywhere you want in your vehicle. The problem arises when you step out of your house or out of your vehicle.
Okay.
If concealed is concealed, if it's in public and is concealed, you're required to have a permit for that.
I think it's kind of weird that we have open carry. I'm not saying good, bad, or different, but around here, or hey, I live in Douglas County. I live close to Elizabeth. And I don't see anybody, with the exception of one guy I know through a friend that I see at an occasional Christmas party or whatever, that open carries. But this guy always has one on his hip. I don't ever see anybody open carry. I mean, you really don't. Are you, Wayne, are you even allowed in most establishments, for example, Walmart or, Sears or, Harbor Freight? I mean, most places don't allow open carry, right?
Well, that's true, and a lot of them post no guns allowed, and to me that just tells a criminal it's someplace safe to commit a crime.
Yeah, I don't want to get into that part of it. I'm just trying to figure out the legalities of it. The other question I would have, schools is a no-no, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so no guns in schools. What else? Banks? Is that a...
And that's a state law concerning K through 12 schools, even in the parking lots. So it has to be... either off school property or I believe locked in a trunk or in a safe inside the vehicle if you're in a school parking lot. The one thing about private property, a lot of stores post no guns allowed, where that becomes a possible issue is maybe a trespass if you disregard that sign.
And then the other thing is, even if you have a permit, if you have any alcohol or if you're high or if you're incapacitated in any way whatsoever, and you're carrying, that's illegal.
That's a state crime to have any intoxication while you have a firearm.
Yeah, anything. So I mean, literally, if a guy has a concealed carry permit and stops for one beer at a bar on his way home or whatever, I mean, technically, if he gets pulled over, he has any alcohol, he's in big trouble, right?
Well, the guideline is kind of like a DUI. It's intoxication, not that he's had one beer.
Okay, it is intoxication. I got you. I understand. Hey, that's the music, man. I appreciate you coming on. Greg's got a question, and then we got Todd. I'm dying to see what's up with him. 303-713-8255, 303 Martino.
The podcast Deliver Us from Ervil reveals the dark story of Ervil the Baron.
Yeah, I wonder what that was up to with the questions. Can I just carry a gun?
That's like the guy that, that would sit there and try to argue and get out of a, felon in possession charge or something, by saying, it doesn't have a firing pin. It's not a firearm. Bullshit, it is.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. It's a goddamn firearm.
I know. We're not arguing. We're not charging you with, was the gun loaded?
We're just curious how long the judge is going to sentence you this time.
What do you think about 21 to buy an assault rifle?
Well, first off, I don't know what an assault rifle is. Secondly,
let's say they define just an AR-15 as it.
Okay, I mean we'll accept that for the premise. I think it's completely unconstitutional to change that age requirement. That is a right that's guaranteed by the Constitution. You are a legal consenting adult at the age of 18. To take that away is a violation of the Constitution.
So you'd have to modify the.
Why is it that process? aren't there states where you have to 21 to buy cigarettes or liquor?
But that's not, there's nowhere in the Constitution.
There's not a constitutional guarantee of your right to buy an intoxicating liquor or cigarettes.
At all. Literally, the Second Amendment says we have the right to carry firearms.
The prohibition against alcohol and tobacco, although there are federal components to that, what the feds don't touch has been reserved to the state, and that's why each state has their own set of regulations that they enforce. That's a health, safety, and welfare issue, which was reserved to the states. But, you know, and I would even go so
Which is
far
odd,
to say
because
that,
if you think of abortion, it's not that way.
well, it's fixing to be.
I know it is, but it's really odd that in
But
one
it was
case
supposed to
almost
be.
exactly.
It was supposed to be all along, Mark. I mean, the reality is, listen,
Political decision.
set all that shit aside. It was a wrongly decided case. Okay, every
Even-
lawyer that's ever gone to law school has studied how that decision was gotten to in the most archaic,
You mean Roe v. Wade?
tortured way of analysis, and they used the wrong standard. I mean, it was just wrong. And if you apply the correct standard, it should never have been a federal issue.
Even Ginsburg, who passed away, knew that 100%.
Absolutely, she did. And so did
They just didn't
everybody
want
else.
to touch it.
Nobody else wanted to touch it. It's not being made illegal by the Supremes.
At all.
They're merely returning it to the states, and they're saying it's a health, safety, and welfare issue that was and always has been reserved to the states. States are free to do what they wish. If the states do something that you don't agree with, vote them the hell out and change the law. That's the way the world turns.
It's so strange with so many things how they use it where
Yeah,
it's
they
just
use it where they
politics.
want. No, I'm very much pro-choice. And I agree totally that it's a states' rights issue.
Right.
Yeah, but then the people
Well,
that live in the state vote. I mean,
right.
that's
I
how
agree
the
that-
country works.
Right. I'm saying,
Supposed to.
as even as a pro-choice, I've always said that it is a states' rights issue, and the states unfortunately have the right.
If you're intellectually honest, you can come to no other conclusion but that it's a state issue. It's
No,
a health,
I
safety, and
agree.
welfare issue.
I agree
And so
100%.
I don't care what your position on abortion is. That's the fundamental starting place where you have to say that the people that are in charge of regulating it has to be at the state level. And to have done that at the federal level was wrong then, and it's still wrong now. And it was done for entirely political reasons. But that doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't become right because it stood for 40 years.
No, of course not.
It was wrong then, it still is today, and it's going to be changed. And then you know what? It's going to work itself out.
Exactly.
It always does.
There will be states that have.
Most states will be normal. Most states will be
Well,
down the
there are
road.
states that will kill you for murder, and there are states that won't.
Yeah.
You know, that's
right.
And you can decide where to live, and you can
You
decide how to vote.
where you want to kill somebody. You know, you can.
Where it gets hairy, as a
Her husband,
pro-choice
Greg
person,
Penner, the current
is
Walmart CEO, Melody Hobson, co-CEO of
is that if you go to another state that has legalized abortion, and you live in state A, you go to state B, that you can be prosecuted.
No, you can't.
I don't think.
I've never heard of that, Doc.
Read some of the new laws.
That sounds like some propaganda.
Find me one that says something that you do in one state could be prosecuted in another state. They don't have the jurisdictional authority to do that.
I've never heard of anything like that.
You can't
Okay,
do that.
I will find those.
That'd be like,
That's like
there's
saying
100
DeSantis
examples.
signed the "Don't Say Gay" bill. It just never said that. You know, it's
In fact, nothing like it. I'll tell you what, though, man. Politicians, fuck, they are dirty, lying scumbags.
They all
I
are.
swear to God, man. I think even the honest guys that get out there and hustle, the ones that finally make it, they're fucking corrupt within 3 or 4 years.
And they all make
You're in the club, baby.
And they all become millionaires after 2 years in Congress.
Once you're in the club, you're in the club.
Right.
What happened to you go, you do your duty, you come back, you return to your life, and tag the next guy? It's gone.
Why don't you do that, Mark?
Shit. If it wasn't for background checks and being on YouTube and here for just to shit on YouTube, I can just see now.
You go back over every YouTube.
Oh
video.
my God! Everything I have ever said
Remember when you said this? I was kidding. What are you talking about?
I don't think there's anything that says if you're a felon, you can't be a representative. Isn't that true?
Well, I'm not a felon.
I
I have no criminal record. I just got a big fucking mouth.
You haven't been convicted of it yet.
Yeah, I haven't been convicted of anything. That's pretty good. Actually, I saw someone called in and they sent it, and I never realized this. On a lot of applications, they don't ask anymore if you were convicted. They say, have you ever been accused? Not accused. Is it accused? But he sent in an app, and I was like, I'm shocked they can do that. Big deal. Someone writes you a ticket for something, and then you're found not guilty.
You're accused of something. That's not the same as being convicted.
It seems to me you shouldn't even be able to answer that on an application or ask it.
Or just put down no.
Hey, there's so many things you can't ask on an app. I think age in certain circumstances is kind of strange. You can't ask it.
Well, can you imagine if they didn't ask at Hooters? You have 8-year-old grandmas with their teeth
You've
down
seen
there.
those posters of the old in the Hooters outfit, right? And the guy in the Hooters outfit, you remember those posters?
Oh my God, with the tramp stamp.
So here's my
it started out as an eagle and it's ended up as...
Now they have ladies' nights at bars, right?
All right.
So if you identify as a woman, do you get free drinks?
I don't know. Go ahead. Go find out for us.
All right, 303-713-8255. By the way, welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, really try to make your life a little bit better. And I mean that in all seriousness.
If you have any issue, we would love to help. We would love to at least try to get in there and either get your money back or give you good direction on what to do. I'm proud to say this. Over 40 years, this show, you ready for this? $300 million. In fact, over $300 million. Cash merchandise exchanges, refunds, directly due to this show. You know, we're bigger and we've recouped more than most law firms, and we don't charge a nickel for it. Think about that.
Hey, can I give a shout out?
In a second, you can.
Okay.
I like that. You like that? Just boom. Can I give a shout out? Doc, I got to say you're Doc. There's no doubt about it. That's Deputy Doc you hear. By the way, the other person in studio with me, John Fuller, Fuller Law, personalinjuryco.com. I say this all the time. People I talk about, people I invite into studio, people we have in studio, I have used. For the most part, I have used all of them. I've used Mr. Fuller in 2 accidents. We got T-boned, and a lady wasn't paying attention. She was yelling at her kids. You gave me... I don't know if you remember this, John, and I promise I'll get to the phones, but I was so upset because she acknowledged right there to the officer that she blew through the red light and T-boned us, totaled the vehicle, broken bones, everything. It was a bad wreck, man. Every airbag went off. I was really upset, and I found out where her and her husband lived and where he worked over at the outlet malls.
I remember.
And I said, John, would it be okay if I went over and expressed how unhappy I was that she decided to yell at her 5-year-old in the back seat and not look at the red light and almost killed us? And you said...
Negative.
Yeah, you said no. That's probably not a good idea, Mr. Major. So I say John's kind of a quarterback, and I mean that if you are in an accident that someone else caused, you really need to call him up. I mean, really. He'll answer all the questions. There's no obligation. I know all these guys do it. You know, you can drive by any light rail and you can see the big firms out there. And, I mean, they're fine. I call them a mill. You never know what attorney you're going to get. If you think you're going to get the big ass himself, you're not going to get him. You're going to get one of the many hundreds of lawyers that comes and goes. You'll be lucky to find that person again. John Fuller, he owns his own practice. He's the man. He's got a great crew over there. I know all of them, and they've all been there a long time. And you get to deal with John himself, and he knows what he's doing. I mean, that's the most important part. In that accident, you got his policy limits. There was no more money. And real quick, a big problem with that, and someone was alluding to that last hour, a lot of times you have damages, John. I mean, legitimate damages, people that can never walk again. Literally, you get hit by someone else, and you can never walk again. You're paralyzed, and they only have $25,000 or $50,000 in insurance, and they don't have anything else. They have no assets. They have nothing else, at least not worth going after. And that's it, though. It might be an unfair system, but really it is what it is, right, in that case, with the exception of something that's very important. That's why your own coverage is so important. You want to have insurance that handles a situation like that. And what is that called? Underinsured?
Yes, sir. Underinsured motorist coverage or uninsured motorist coverage. It's, in my opinion, the single most important coverage that you can have, because it's the only coverage that truly protects you and your family.
That's it. And a lot of people think, well, I'm in this old car, and it's from 1973 Granada, and why would I have all this insurance on it? It has nothing to do with the property damage, nothing to do with it. It's got to do with that guy that blasted into you running a red light, like in our case, and the next thing you know, oh, my God, thank God it didn't happen to us. But the next thing you know, you can't walk, you can't work, you can't do anything. So what's going to happen? That's what that insurance is for.
Right. And it's even more important than just saying, I need uninsured motorists. I have people all the time that say, oh, me and the wife, we have an umbrella. We're covered. You know, we've got $1 million of coverage and stuff. But what they don't understand is that's liability coverage. That's for somebody else that may get hurt in the event that you're at fault for the accident.
That's right.
And that's great. It's great to have that coverage, but that does nothing for you and your family if you get hit by somebody in a 10-year-old beater with no insurance.
And you've run into these cases.
More times than I can even count.
How many times has it happened? There's been substantial damage, not property damage, but to the bodies, the people, and there's no insurance or barely any, and they don't have this coverage, this underinsured, no insured.
Hundreds of times. I mean, I don't ever think I've had a case where I've had catastrophic injuries to my client where I truly felt like at the end of the day, the money made it all better. Okay?
Oh, no.
And so, it's your life.
No, but it allows you to
earn money. It's your family. It's your happiness. It's the rest of your life. Is that really worth, protecting for $300 or $400 for a year's worth of coverage? I think it is.
Oh, big time. And like you said, there's no amount of money that's going to make someone that lost that's paralyzed for life. It's not going to fix that, but it does allow them to keep the house and keep their family at least there. I mean, you're still going to have whatever it is. I mean, that'd be great if we had some kind of court system where you had to repair them, but that's impossible.
There are injuries that you can suffer that, having 10 or whatever $1 million in the bank are just not going to change the fact that you're now blind, unable to care for yourself, you're unable to walk, you're unable to go to work, you're unable to go, take your spouse to dinner or something. I mean, these are the things that money can't replace. But they can sure make it better.
You got to look at your coverage, and thank God we have places on the referral list like Compass Insurance. And here's what I love about Compass. They'll look and tell you exactly what coverage you have right now. They'll look at everything. They'll even ask you questions like, what are your assets? They want to make sure you're covered for what you need. Now, I guess if you have no assets and there's nothing to go after, maybe they will tell you you get the cheapest insurance. But I still think that's crazy, and I know Compass would never do that. But really what I like about Compass is they'll save you money from anybody else out there. I mean, they really will. You call them up, you send them over whoever you're using for car, home, even business insurance, even workman's comp, any form of insurance with the exception of health insurance or life insurance, these guys sell. So whether it's a commercial policy or not, I would call up Compass Insurance and just go to compassinsurance.com, send over your declarations page, and they'll give you an updated good price on insurance for this year. And more importantly, make sure you're covered. Now, Greg called. He's got a comment on gun laws. Do we still have Wayne on from WD? Okay, after this one, though, I want to get off this topic. And the only reason I say that, I'll be honest, it's a hot topic right now, guns. I don't want to talk about this in a political way whatsoever. It all stems from a call we got last hour, and the guy called up and simply wanted to know, for what reason, I have no idea, but he wanted to know if I have a gun that's not loaded, the clip not even in it, and I'm concealing it, and I don't have a permit for a concealed weapon, am I breaking the law? And the answer was yes. That's the weapon. It doesn't matter if it's loaded. Doesn't matter if the firing pin's missing. That's the weapon. You're concealing the weapon. It doesn't say concealing a bullet. It says concealing the weapon. So we learned that from our expert. Greg, what's your question or comment?
Hi, this is Greg. The city of Louisville last night passed 6 ordinances that make Louisville have some of the toughest firearms laws in the country.
I think Boulder passed some stuff last night too, Greg, but keep going.
Including outlawing assault rifles, meaning it has a handle on it, a grip on it. The question I've got is, and I haven't had a chance to go out and research and read, but when somebody passes an ordinance, do they grandfather in the existing, or does that make everyone that owns an assault rifle violating the law?
Greg, every time in the past that there's been bans, it stops you from selling it in the future. I can't imagine a law where you're going to have some poor officer knocking on your door to grab your assault rifle. You're not allowed to transfer it. Basically, you own it. You got to keep it. You can't sell it, at least where you're living. John, is that your understanding?
Yeah, you can't pass what they call ex post facto laws, which means you can't retroactively make something illegal that was legal in the past. So all that they can really do is to ban things going forward, ban the sale, ban the new, purchase of, and that kind of stuff. And then to a degree, they can get into possession and stuff outside of the home. I mean, there's still some protections in your vehicle in your home, but yeah, they can't just retro.
You might not be able to fire it anymore.
Yeah.
In that area.
I think this is all kind of in a state of flux right now, and we'll see what the eventual fallout from, all the different efforts at passing all these different laws.
Yeah, and some of them haven't even been challenged yet. I mean, there's so many. The Second Amendment, there's a lot to be said for an amendment, man. It was literally written in there that we have the right to bear arms. Now, I understand there's always going to be, you can't carry around a grenade launcher. You can't carry around a nuclear suitcase. I mean, I get this kind of stuff, but that Second Amendment, it's pretty powerful. I mean, really, John, if Congress really wanted to change it, if they did, I mean, really, they got to ratify the Constitution, right? And isn't that like 3/4 of both sides?
Yeah, it's a supermajority. They would have to amend it. They could amend it,
and then the president would have to sign it,
right? And so the reality is, it's very unlikely that they could ever get a consensus that large to actually change it. But they have modified the Constitution in the past, so
yeah,
there is a mechanism.
Slavery,
indeed.
Yeah, there has been, but it's, like you said, it's really hard. Greg, you got any other questions, man? In fact, hold on, let me keep you up. I'll bring up Wayne. Wayne, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, Mark. The only thing I would like to, if you have anything to do with firearms, get some professional training. Not only do you get safe handling, make sure it's a hands-on class and the safety rules, but you review those types of laws so that you're educated about what's going on with it. Get some professional training.
Hey, how did that kids class you did? What was that called by the NRA?
Eddie Eagle.
Eddie Eagle. How did that class go?
Guns. Oh, it's excellent. Awesome.
Yeah.
Kids love it, and they're safe.
So Eddie Eagle, John, I don't know if you know this, it's taught to kids. It has nothing to do with, well, it's firearm safety, but not handling. In fact, it's the opposite. It's like if you see a gun in here somewhere, they train you what to do. You don't pick it up. You don't play with it. In fact, what's the motto there, Wayne? I love it.
Eddie Eagle says, stop, don't touch, run away, tell a grown-up.
Yeah.
And what most people don't understand is their kids are already trained by video games, movies, TVs, what to do with a gun. That's pick it up, point it at somebody, and pull a trigger. And the kid killed his brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an outstanding class.
Oh, it is, and it's put on by the NRA. You know, there's one side in this country that thinks they're the evil. I mean, really, I don't know what other people are doing to do that, but really, I don't want to get into the politics of that. Wayne, I appreciate it. WD Firearms Training.
And you bet. NRA pays for all of that Eddie Eagle stuff.
Yeah, I know they do. I know exactly they do. It's free to families. It's free to everybody when there's a class going on. In fact, if you want to call Wayne up and ask him when the next one's coming up, do it. If you want to get your concealed carry permit, call Wayne up. He can train you. Pretty much anything firearms. WD Firearms Training, 720-271-3267. 720-271-3267. Now, Robert, we got one line open, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. Did I give you a 15? Oh, my God. Okay, hold on. Todd, I know you're holding, man, but you've been on 3 or 4 times. I promise I will get to you. Robert, you're going to be next. It's an HOA issue. I'm dying to see what it is. 303 Martino. Empower Reverse Mortgage. We've got 3 reverse mortgage companies on referrallist.com, and they're all great companies. But really what I like about Empower is, like the other ones, they'll give you the straight skinny. And I mean this. Maybe you're 65 years old. Maybe you're 70 years old. You got a younger spouse, and you really want to figure out, is this the right thing to do? Maybe you want to leave your kids some money, and you're afraid with a reverse mortgage you won't have any kind of home to leave them. They won't have any kind of legacy of yours. Mark Massey will answer all the questions you have. He'll actually look at your situation and determine whether or not a reverse mortgage is good for you. You can call Mark at 720-500-7719. The other thing I like about Mark, if you're in a reverse mortgage right now and you haven't looked at it for a while, they can actually not really refi, but get you into a different reverse mortgage and maybe extend that line of credit if you want to travel or update the house or do anything like that. You should really check those guys out. Mark Massey, Empower Reverse, 720-500-7719. Uncle Kevin, who am I talking about? Sheridan Auto Tech. Uncle Kevin is the owner. I love him. I use him personally. He can do anything the dealerships do. He can save you money. He's got the best warranty on car repair out there, or one of the best. 3 years, 36,000 miles nationwide. You get the work done at one of his locations in Colorado, and something that he did has a problem. 2.5 years later in California, you're covered. In New York, you're covered. In Kansas, you're covered. 3-year, 36,000-mile nationwide warranty backed by Napa. You can't beat it. There's a Napa everywhere. SheridanAutotech.com, brakes, alternators, anything you need. SheridanAutotech.com, SheridanAutotech.com. Now, I want to talk about Rock. Who's Rock? I'll tell you who he is. He's the owner of American Restoration. This is a company that I want you to write the number down now. If you get a flood, you get a fire, you get any kind of contamination that's in your house, they can come in and they can clean it up. That's one of the most important parts of what they do. They know how to get rid of that water damage before it gets into a mold stage. They know how to handle everything that you can imagine. And fire, of course, is a big one. Water's a big one, but think of this. How about asbestos? They know, and they're licensed by the state to go in and remove asbestos. Maybe you rent a house and you found out that your tenant had a meth lab in there. They can handle that. Here's another one they can actually do that most people don't think about. An unattended death. In other words, someone dies in one of your rentals and they've been there a while and you have no idea what to do. You call American Restoration. These guys are unbelievable. And there's a lot of ripoffs in this industry. So write this number down if you have any of those problems. 833-7-AMREST. 833-7-AMREST or amrest247.com.
Can you imagine? It's in rushed care, the ER, and urgent care.
Okay.
Why do you think?
I wanted to explain Robert's call.
Okay, Beth.
You got pictures in your email. It's atrocious. So this is his neighbor's house, yard, and HOA is not doing anything about it.
Oh, my God. Does he have an HOA?
Well, he says the HOA is not doing anything about it.
Holy shit.
So
fire.
anyway, it's just, it's a hot mess.
Oh, my God.
I'd be pissed. But
it goes over the fence.
Hey, wait, that's my house.
Holy shit. Oh, shit, man. And look at this. Flat tire.
Yeah, it's just
Where we live now, no one gives a shit because they can't.
Yeah,
but where we used to live, that fucking truck would be gone that night, man.
Right. Can he call the county?
That's what I'm
Didn't he have
wondering.
somebody do that and the county came?
I don't know.
I know. He was on the air before, and Tom says you're going to have to sue him. And then he said Tom wanted pictures. I said, well, let's just redress the whole call.
This is crazy.
Anyway. And then, okay, also with Todd, the flyer guy.
Most AOA management companies would love this. I mean, they could end up owning that house. This is really bizarre.
The flyer guy. This is what he's saying. He's a pistol.
He's a pistol.
Well, I haven't dealt with him because I've been gone. This is what he's saying. I'm not getting the kind of therapy I think I need. They want to give me therapy, but it's not the kind I want. So that's where
he needs. I can tell you right now, he needs old-fashioned electroshock. There's no doubt about it.
New-fashioned electroshock.
No, the old-fashioned. The shit they did in the 50s. You know, car battery.
Right.
We're not talking the little Putin's version of electroshock.
Yeah, they dropped the charges.
But why can't...
Hey, Talib, if you're listening, we're going to put those pictures up of the house, the HOA call.
I thought the county would take care of that.
He's doing everything. He just had back surgery. He's been out 6 weeks. He can do it all remote.
That's cool. How's he doing from his surgery?
He's doing a lot better. So he actually, his was bad, man. His MRI.
I saw the MRI.
Okay,
yeah,
so it's all freed up now.
Nice.
He said, like, the next day, he could feel, like, his feet. He could feel shit he couldn't feel, like, literally couldn't feel.
Sure. Yeah.
Opened everything back up. The biggest part with his recovery is the literal incision and operation, just the trauma to the body.
Right.
But you should see it. So his new MRI, you'll see him as soon as he's back. But it's crazy, man. You just see these titanium spacers, and then you see like these. I don't even know what the discs are made out of, but you see new discs and you see spacers, and you basically see that nerve repairing itself.
Right.
I mean, just kind of uncompressing.
Amazing.
So Tom's doing neurosurgery. Tom was basically going to be doing what Talib did. He said, no, I don't want that immobile part, but he was only going to have 3 discs, and they were about here. It's not, I mean, yeah, it's going to fixate you in one way, but Tom wanted nothing to do with that. So they're going to go in and hopefully it works good. They're going to cut the nerve, reroute the nerve, and shave off the discs that are bad. But if he had if he tackled this 7, 8 years ago,
Would have been a non-issue.
it would have been literally a non-issue.
Right.
So it'll be curious. What is it called, Doc? Nanosurgery or micro? What is it?
Microsurgery.
Micro. See, you would think with all this stem cell shit, they could. At some point, they got to be able to go in there and like literally just have it heal up. I mean, it's not going to be in our lifetime, but
What they'll probably do is have some kind of 3D printing.
yeah. All right, 303-713-8255-303 Martino. We do have a line open. You've been ripped off, taken advantage of. We want to help you. I really do want to help Robert, too. Robert called in a while back. He's calling back because we said we wanted to see some pictures. His neighbor's a pig. I'll just put it that way. I mean, it's incredible. And I don't mean an oink oink. I mean like a human pig. If you look at the pictures that we're going to put up on our YouTube page, by the way, you go to YouTube and just search Referral List or Troubleshooter Show or Tom Martino, and you'll see our live. We're live on YouTube and Facebook every day, but we're going to put these pictures up. It's a hellhole. John Fuller Law is with us. He's a personal injury attorney. You saw these pictures. Is that what can you imagine if your neighbor's backyard looked like that? How would you describe it? Because people think I overblow stuff.
It's just absurd. I mean, it's just every piece of junk over the last 10 years has been piled up in the backyard and
over the fence,
up to at least the height of the fence, and even beyond in a couple spots. It's horrible.
I can't believe, Robert, you're living with this. Now, Robert, are you in a neighborhood? Is there an HOA? Kind of remind me.
Okay. Hi, thank you, and I love your show. So basically, I've been dealing with this for 3 years now. There's already been an abatement on this home through the El Paso County Code Enforcement.
Oh, my God.
But what happened is with the Code Enforcement, which is kind of a drawback, is Code Enforcement gives them the opportunity, like a 2-hour window, to let them know they're coming. So what these people did was they took a good portion of this junk that you see and stored it away somewhere. As soon as code enforcement left, they put it all back outside.
Wait. Why would anybody? I'm looking at these again. You just said something like, why would they even want, for example, a broken plastic chair, a mattress that has urine stains only at best? Why would anybody move this stuff and then put this stuff back? Does it look like this picture right now, or this is prior to them moving it?
No, this is, it was worse. The picture was...
So this picture I'm looking at now, where stuff is as high, if not higher than the fence, was when?
After. That was about 3 days ago.
This is 3 days ago.
Yeah, this is, the abatement was done.
Why would they move this stuff back? An old couch cushion. What reason?
It could be a hoarding issue.
Yeah, but no one wants to save an old Windex bottle.
I don't know. But the main issue is that your reaction is the correct reaction. My reaction is correct. The lawyer's reaction is correct. Guess what? My homeowners association, I've sent this same picture to them. Not even a single response to me.
Who's your management company? You didn't know who it is. I think we should really call up your management.
Well, that's what I want you guys to do. I sent the address, the phone number to Suzanne. It's Management Trust, and they're in Aurora, Colorado. And I sent it. I sent her a screenshot.
We need to figure out who your management company is, who the HOA is, and we need to go after them, because here's the part that doesn't make any sense. The HOA, under any circumstance I can imagine, has the ability to start fining them instantly. I mean, instantly. I would guess in that HOA, unless if it's something really weird and old, they can't even have that truck that's in the front with the flat tire. And the tags are most likely out of date. And you can't move the vehicle because I'm guessing it probably doesn't even have a transmission in it. But they can start fining them, and eventually the HOA would own this property. Most HOAs are the exact opposite of yours. Most HOAs would love this circumstance. They're going to go in, they're going to end up with a super lien that you can't even get rid of in bankruptcy, and they're going to end up taking the house and selling it and making some money.
Well, I have an email and I have evidence that they did respond to one of my emails. They said, we are not responsible to look over everyone's fences to see what they have in their backyard.
Well, you sent them a picture, though.
Oh, yeah, of course.
We got to light up. Where are you at?
I'm in Colorado Springs.
What county are you in?
El Paso County.
El Paso. This is just insane to me. I can't believe that your HOA doesn't care. Go ahead, Doc. What are you going to say?
No, they've already contacted the county. The county came out.
The county came.
No. I had to get the county, and
no, here's what they did though, Doc. They moved everything, and then when the county was done and pulled the red flag off of it, then the people moved all the stuff back.
Do the same thing again.
Yeah, but God, none of this makes sense. Your HOA can handle this quicker than anybody. But Doc brings up a good point though. Have you called the county back?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so.
All right, hold on, Robert. I got to take this break. This is just, I want to ask our attorney too, John Fuller. I mean, what he would do in this circumstance, because this is crazy. I can't understand why the HOA wants nothing to do with it. I just can't understand it. 303 Martino.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver.
I was watching Biden stumbling up the stairs to Air Force One again.
As bad as Biden is, you don't want whatever her face is to be the president.
Kamala.
Can you imagine her as president? I mean, it's a scary situation.
Press secretary, people felt uncertain about the economy generally, but they actually felt as good about their personal financial situation as they ever have.
Oh, come on. You know, these people say whatever they want. There's no accountability.
Hold on, guys. Oh,
it gets way more expensive, and it can be difficult to get out of debt. Make sure you're doing what you can to pay it off faster. Hey, it's Michael Brown for American Financing, reminding you that a cash-out refinance is a strategic way to lower your rate and access cash. You'll be able to
say the economy is poor or not so good. Her answer, well, people felt uncertain about the economy generally, but they actually felt as good about their personal financial situation as they ever have.
Who?
It makes no sense. That makes no sense.
Shit.
It's called spin. Actually, the funny part is people do realize when gas is $5 or more that something's not right. I mean, this isn't fucking brain surgery. I don't care how liberal you are. When you go to buy a fucking steak and it's $25 for a fucking ribeye.
Right. Not that I would know.
Or you go to a restaurant and you look at the bottom of your ticket and there's 5 different charges on there now on top of the food.
Senator Kennedy blasted Biden and said it's cheaper to buy cocaine and run everywhere than to buy gas.
Who said that?
Kennedy.
What did
I actually like Kennedy.
I like him too. He said some funny shit. He said it's cheaper to buy cocaine and run everywhere than to buy gas.
I don't see this story on Pelosi's. You're sure that's a done deal, huh?
Well, that's what I'm reading because, you know, got my sources over here.
Pelosi husband charges. That would just be, God, they're almost stupid.
A-Rod sent us an article. You know, Polis signed into law about foreclosing, HOAs foreclosing over fines. Yeah. Did you see that article? Did you know that? He just signed it.
See that. Where is it?
He signed into law. It's in your...
that they can't?
They can't do it over excessive fines. He just signed it on Friday or something, so just check your email. I know you got spots coming up, but yeah, that's interesting. Just, there it is. That top one.
There's a point where those quick commercials get ridiculous.
Which commercials?
You know, at the end where you got to put in for a financial commercial. That one I just heard. I mean, it is so fast. There's no purpose in even having it. You can't even understand it.
Well, what about on TV?
Questions, and is always fair. She's the real deal. Journalism the way it ought to be. That's why millions are making the switch to Newsmax. Make the switch and watch Greta Van Susteren. Get the info about her new show. Just
There's
text.
no way that it's even. I don't even know why they have it there.
Hey, who's on 2, babe? I don't hear you. I can't hear you guys. Oh, yeah. Hey, John, go talk to Suzanne for a sec.
Yes, sir.
It's a client. He's happy. He is.
So when you get a minute, let me give my shout out.
Okay. Hey, a little trivia. Polyaspartic coatings. What is that? Well, those are those garage coatings you see in homes that look beautiful. They actually come in, they prep the cement, and then they put this coating down. And if you get the right company to do it, like Garage Kings, they have a lifetime warranty. This stuff, I had Garage Kings do my house personally only about 2 years ago. Now, any kind of oil leaks, any kind of issues whatsoever, when it comes to your garage floor, I just pick up a hose and I hose it off. You can squeegee it out. You can do whatever, but your floor looks brand new every time. It's absolutely gorgeous. Nothing hurts this stuff. Not gasoline, not oil, nothing. And what I love about Garage Kings, one, they don't take a cent up front. No money up front, just like I preach. These guys don't take a penny up front until the job is done and you're satisfied. They guarantee the lowest price out there. They give fast, free estimates and the guaranteed lowest price. They have military discounts. These guys are owned by some veterans. They're just great people. Absolutely great people. It doesn't matter how big the space is, commercial, residential. Call Garage Kings up, 720-252-0370, 720-252-0370. Tell them Mark told you to call. Now, let's talk about my friends at The Art of Granite. Just like Garage Kings, I use Mitch Floria. Mitch did our upstairs bathroom, he did our downstairs laundry room, and he did some work in our kitchen. We have the most beautiful countertops and new cabinets you can imagine, and we got them at a great price. And what I loved is I just sent him some pictures. Right now, you can go take some pictures and basic measurements of what you have now. You can send them over to Mitch at theartofgranite.com. He can give you an estimate right over the phone. Nobody else does that, but his pricing is great. His selection of countertops and cabinets is unbelievable. And his staff that comes out, the installation is great. You're going to be the envy of the neighborhood. And if you get the kitchen done, he'll do the bath for free. Go to theartofgranite.com. That is theartofgranite.com.
Got hail damage? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station.
No issue.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, 303-713-8255. You know, I don't even know how it came up during the break. Doc, I know what it came up as. Listen to this.
This is a pet peeve of mine. I promise I'll go to the phone, but at the end of commercials, certain industries, especially financial and pharmaceutical, they have to put certain things at the end of the commercial. So you'll hear the commercial, then at the end you'll hear blah, 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 blah. To me, it seems ridiculous when it gets to a point. But Doc brought something up. On pharmaceutical ads, it's even crazier. You're watching them on TV, and at the very bottom, in print, unless if you were in a movie theater, you have no idea what that print says. I mean, you couldn't read that if you were standing next to the TV.
Even if you put it on halt and you stop the TV,
you still can't read it. It's either the dumbest law or people aren't following it. But that made me think of this. You know what really drives me crazy, Doc? Absolutely drives me insane. Every pharmaceutical commercial now, every single one that's selling a medication says one thing, and I cannot understand why they say it. Not just some of them, every single one. Do you know what it is? If you're allergic to so-and-so, don't take it.
Oh, right.
Now, that is the dumbest thing I have ever heard. If you're allergic to it, don't take it. Why are they mandated? And I assume they're not idiots. They must be mandated to say that all of a sudden because it is every single medication.
It's just CYA. You know that.
It's absolutely absurd, man. John Fuller, is there anything that drives you nuts about advertising? I mean, anything. You know, you're in the business of personal injury. How about the guys? I bet these commercials drive you nuts because I know I'm not saying there's not $1 million cases out there, but I would say when you see someone like the fat ass or whoever come on TV and say, I got so-and-so $1.3 million, I would say out of 10,000 cases, that might be one. I mean, out of whatever. But they act like every single case is valued at millions of dollars. And it's simply not true, right?
Well, it definitely is not true. The thing that irritates me about those commercials, and, there's some truth to them. I presume that they're 100% true, but they do paint a misleading picture. Certainly not every case is worth that much, but you have to really listen to the words that they use. So if you've got
tricky words,
if you've got a person saying so-and-so got me a judgment, it's not the same thing as saying so-and-so collected this money.
I didn't even think of that. So they might have got a judgment for $2 million as an example, but literally only got $30,000 for the client,
or got nothing for the client
or
because of any insurance problem,
or a bankruptcy. Oh, you're right. I never. You could probably go out literally and get judgments all day long that are worth nothing. Like literally, whether because of bankruptcy or just simply no assets. I didn't even think about that. Then they advertise it, and you're right. If you really listen to it,
you have to listen.
It is true. It is true, because I do believe them. They got the judgment, but big deal. The judgment didn't pay for the guy's rent.
Absolutely not.
Oh.
It's critically important that you listen to those words because they matter.
God, they do matter.
Telling the truth, but sometimes the truth is not what it seems like when you really pay attention.
And that's why when people call you, if they've been in an accident and someone else caused it, or even a premise liability or some personal injury, that's the bottom line. That's what you do. You can actually get the information from them, and you can come up with what the case is actually worth and be honest with them. I mean, really, I'm not talking to the dime or penny, but you can give them an idea of what they could expect. Good, better, and different.
Yeah, and that's what we try to do. I mean, putting a final dollar amount on something early in the process is hard.
Yep.
I think that some people do that to a fault and give people false expectations. I try not to. I try to lead people to have a very realistic understanding about things, and that way we're just all in a better place at the end of the road. But I've had clients that have said, well, so-and-so gets, all their clients X number of dollars. And you have to just educate them
and teach them that's not right.
Cannot be the case.
Yeah.
I mean, in a state with minimal limits of only 25,000, statistics alone state that it's impossible that you got everybody a number that's in excess of that minimal limits amount, because the majority of people in this state have that or less, meaning none, insurance out there.
And that's very true. Robert's got that HOA problem. Robert, really what we need to do, I'm going to put these pictures up. We've got to figure out some of the information from your HOA. You've got to get that. I can't do the legwork. I got to know who the management company is, who the HOA is. You should be able to figure that out. Suzanne?
What about doing a welfare check on the neighbor?
Actually, you bring, hold on. Suzanne brings up a question. I got to take this break, but not just a welfare check. Robert, what I'm going to ask you after this break is I want to know what's wrong with your neighbor. Is he 100 years old? Is he out of his mind? Are they a bunch of teenagers? Who are these people? And then Todd and Peter, you guys will be next. We've got a lot going on. Please bear with me. Hold tight. We'll be right back.
Yeah, Peter's a current client of mine.
He's what?
He's a current client of mine.
Okay, so you got to be careful.
Well,
I mean, he's on, but yeah.
Yeah.
Cool, I like that, though, actually, if you're comfortable with it.
Yeah.
Suzanne just knows.
Oh, no, I would not
Get blindsided.
cool with that if it was out of the blue, so.
So John's in studio, so I don't do his. I'm going to fill that with another Garage Kings. Mile High Estate, Ask Blade. I'm actually learning how to pull these up as I go. I have an attorney in studio today, John Fuller, great guy. We'll be talking to him again after the break in next hour. But Blake Harris is an attorney I love, too. In fact, I've used Blake as well. Blake actually did a trust and a will for us. What I love about this guy, doesn't matter if it's a will or a trust, a power of attorney, a medical directive, he does it all. He basically protects your assets, and he also helps with lawsuit prevention. Maybe you're getting to the age where you or your spouse might end up in some kind of long-term facility and you don't want it to eat up all the equity in your house. There's ways around it, but you need to have a good attorney that knows how to think inside and outside the box. But anything you need, Blake will also give you a flat rate pricing. But here's what I liked about Blake. Everything I just said plus this. I called him up and he asked me all the questions. I answered him. I sent him our old will. He went over everything, then told me what we should have and explained why and gave me a flat rate price for it. 833-ASK-BLAKE. Give him a call right now. 833-ASK-BLAKE. Ask Blake. Now, Garage Kings, I talked about last hour. I'm going to talk about them again. Here's what I love about them. A lifetime warranty on that beautiful new garage coating. You got to check these guys out. They guarantee the lowest price on polyaspartic coatings. They have a lifetime guarantee, the lowest price out there. They go from Pueblo to Fort Collins, veteran-owned and operated. They've got discounts for military. They do commercial. They do residential. And you don't pay a cent up front until that's all done and you're happy. Garage Kings. 720-252-0370 or GarageKings.com. That's GarageKings.com. Frank Duran, the real estate man. How I love thee. I have used Frank Duran numerous times. Tom has used Frank Duran numerous times. Doc has used Frank Duran on this last time, the first time he met him. But he loved him. He used him. Frank Duran is the man. I can't put it any other way. Everybody knows a realtor. Everybody at this point probably has, at least in Colorado, a relative that's a realtor. You want someone that has the proven numbers. Frank outsells virtually everybody. He's in the top 1%. The top 1% of realtors. Listen to this. He sells more homes in 1 month than the average realtor in Colorado sells in a year, and he gets more money for them. This guy goes to school every year to sharpen his negotiation skills. FrankDuranHomes.com. FrankDuranHomes.com. Go check him out right now. FrankDuranHomes.com.
Do roller coaster stock markets make you nervous? With such frequent ups and downs, don't let market volatility derail your retirement. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, Saturday on 630 KHOW. If you're concerned about...
Or was it a 60? Okay. Yeah, you've been running 30s.
Hey, John, does your being here generate more interest than just the commercials?
It really doesn't. I I wish we had just a onslaught of phone calls when I'm here, but it just doesn't work that way.
A lot of endorsement stuff like John, it literally works over time. He's been building this up. I mean, people don't call an attorney every day.
Right.
So they just build it up, and then you hope when it does happen, it's been beaten through their head. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to beat it through their heads.
Well, that could be a personal injury case.
Yeah. Be defending yourself.
Could be.
Would you handle your own personal injury case?
Probably, depending on the circumstances.
Okay.
I wouldn't handle a litigation case for myself, but...
How about a criminal?
Well, no, probably not. I wouldn't handle that.
Who was that? Who was the guy that was stealing all of his clients' money, and some of them were slow? He was a guy on CNN all the time.
Oh, Avenatti?
That's right, Avenatti. He got jail time, didn't he?
Yeah. But what could possibly John have a criminal case for?
What do you mean?
Think about it. What would John...
One of his clients accuses him of taking money. He didn't take it, but they accuse him of it.
Yeah, but I'm saying, what would he possibly do that he really would be guilty of any kind of criminal action?
I would think nothing.
Right.
Fishing without a license.
Could happen.
But then you just pay a fine.
Do you have to... There is no licensing in the ocean, is there? There is?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Well, you got to get to the... yeah, there is.
You have costs for fishing. I'm not talking, boats and stuff. I'm talking...
I have costs for fishing.
Okay. I didn't know that. I figured the ocean... It's the ocean. Everything should be free.
No, sir.
You mean I can't pull up someone's lobster traps and take some lobsters?
They will shoot you. If you happen to escape getting shot, then you'll get arrested and it's a felony.
Oh my God.
For real.
They don't play.
But that's stealing private property. It has nothing to do with fishing in the ocean.
No, that's true, but...
but if you go out...
But they do frown on that.
What?
A lot. I said, but they do frown
on that.
I bet it happens a lot.
It does. And
because people coming in have no idea.
Yeah, people I mean, yeah, people do it for sure, but more damage happens to people's traps from other trappers that will cut people's lines, will open traps, will destroy them.
Oh, yeah. They're trying to put the competition out of business.
Yeah, exactly.
So when we were out off Hilton Head, we were looking at them shrimp boats. Holy moly, are those? They're huge.
Yeah.
All right, 303-713-8255. You want a real treat, I'm going to tell you want to listen to and watch the show on YouTube. It's kind of cool. You should check our channel out. I think you'd like it. We have a conversation, or some people actually say, it's kind of like a show within a show. We're talking about stuff that's, just different than what you're hearing on the show, or maybe some things we can't say on air about some of the calls on the show. Hey, Genesis Solar, by the way, they have an event coming up on, I believe it's the 26th. I'm going to get that date and remind you.
25th,
is it the 25th, Doc? It's really cool. Everything you want to know about solar. And they're going to feed you. They've got a barbecue going. You can bring the kids. They're going to have a bouncy house. But any questions you have about solar, and they can look up and tell you how much money you'll save. Is it worth to have solar? How does a solar panel work? You name it, you're going to learn it. So if you've heard a lot about solar, you've been curious about it, it's a good thing to sign up for. You got to RSVP. Go to GenesisSolarCO.com, GenesisSolarCO.com, and you can call them right there, or you can sign up there. But I'd sign up. Check it out. Any questions about solar would be really cool. And let's do this. Robert has that HOA issue. Peter, kudos to John Fuller. Let me do that because we have John right here. Hey, Peter, you used John Fuller in the past, or what's going on?
Yeah. I had an automobile accident. Somebody pulled a U-turn right in front of me, totaled my car. All 7 airbags were off. I have a dash cam, so it was all recorded.
Oh,
the other insurance company.
John, is this a settled case or is it ongoing, Peter?
It's he's working on it for me.
It's on. Well, that's because John might not want to talk about certain evidence and stuff. I'll leave that up to John. But, John, this is an example of the dash cam like you were talking about.
Yeah, Peter's case is it's just if everybody saw Peter's dash cam video, they would rush right out and buy one because it's such high-quality video. It completely answered the question of how little notice that Peter had about this guy turning in front of him.
It was all him.
And how fast the accident happened, and then literally what happened to Peter in the accident. It was just a phenomenal dash cam video.
Hey, Peter, I mean, John, when I describe John as kind of like the coach or the quarterback bringing you through it, would you agree with that?
Yeah, what I wanted to say is because of the dash cam, the other insurance company accepted the responsibility. They paid me for my car, but I had some injuries and things. I wrote to them. They wouldn't answer I never got an answer. I heard your program and I heard about John Fuller. I called and I couldn't believe he actually answered the phone himself, talked to me for probably 15 minutes about where I was. And
I love it.
And then that's
something, and I try to. Peter, that's why I've used John twice, honestly, and I can't. And listen to what I just said. I used him twice. Once when my wife and myself got hit, and then a year later when my daughter did. I mean, you can't get a better deal than that. I mean, I used him twice. If I had any issue, I would have called somebody else. Peter, I appreciate that. I'm sure John does. By the way, John Fuller, personalinjuryco.com, 303-597-4500. We're going to talk to John with some email questions. Anthony, Robert, Peter, Todd, hang tight. We got a lot more going. My name's Mark Major, and this is the Troubleshooter Network.
I hope you have a good appointment, bro.
Good. I will see you tomorrow. Tom wasn't here, so I didn't have to wear my jacket because he usually keeps it at 40 degrees.
Oh. God, Doc's so funny. He just has there's no etiquette on, a show. I mean, I could be in the middle of it. One time, I was right in the intro. I'm going my spiel to open the show up.
Doc hadn't been in. It was like third hour. He hadn't been in all day. I had no idea he was coming in. He walks in, turns the mic on, and starts telling me about this update from some fucking case. I mean, it was like the most out of the blue thing ever.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Tom caught me out in the hallway and discussed the thing I texted you about. So.
Oh yeah, I know. Trust me, it's one of those things. So years ago, man, when I had my computer stores, I hired this kid. He was fucking smart. He could build a computer. He's probably only 16, maybe 18, I don't know. But I had probably, in that particular store, I had probably 12 employees. And this fucking kid, I couldn't even tell you his name. It was Stinky. Everybody in the entire store called him fucking Stinky. I mean, right to his face, in front of customers. And I pulled him aside, and I said, dude, your nickname is Stinky, as you know. I mean, we can't be the only people that tell you. I don't know about your family circumstance. I know nothing about your home stuff. But I can tell you this, man. You got to shower, and I got to get rid of you. I love your work, and the only reason you've lasted this long is because you know what you're doing. But it's fucking offensive, man. And if no one's ever told you, I hate being that first guy, but it's horrible, and you're going to hear it forever. So for about a solid 2 weeks, perfect, no problem at all. Then all of a sudden, it's like he forgot what soap was, and I canned him.
I don't understand that. I truly don't.
Some people don't know.
I had a person working for me the same way that just, I don't think wore any kind of, this has been a long time.
Deodorant or anything.
And I mean, it was rancid.
Yeah, I know. It's horrible.
It was bad. And
it permeates. It sticks to
I know if I go mow the yard or something, I know what funky smells like. But if I offend myself, I'm heading to the damn shower.
That's the problem with like a dude like Stinky is I think he has always been that way. And he doesn't even, to him it's a normal smell at this point. To me it always smelled like raw onions and more garlic. Just kind of this garlicky, nasty, but not like good garlic, like offensive garlic.
Right. Oh, I think Peter's still on there.
Yeah, we'll go back to him.
Yeah, apparently he wants to know why it's taken so long for the insurance company to get back, and it's a great question. And I think that it's like once they finally accept liability, why do they still delay things? Because they can and they do.
Well, not yet.
Right.
Look at it from a cash flow stance.
You can sue them, but and that just sets in place a course of action, 10 months to a year, and so it's just never really the answer to go.
He's a perfect. Am I correct in saying he's a perfect example of like we were talking about last night? Someone that was worried about his car, but had injuries.
So just, I mean, this is a great guy. Okay, he's like a retired professor.
Never run.
I know. Hockey coach,
Got it.
Great guy. Okay. And he did like a lot of people, and he attempted to write kind of a demand letter to the insurance company and just tell them what he thinks his damages are and that kind of stuff. And of course, they just ignored it. Didn't get back to him at all. Didn't make any sort of effort to negotiate or do anything with him. And I explained to him that that's just because they can. They just don't have to engage in any sort of negotiation at all. Eventually, their desire to save the money of having to defend the suit outweighs their willingness to delay and avoid payment and stuff. But in his particular case, this is USAA. They are a good company, but they are notorious for not wanting to pay anything that they don't have to pay. And so they will delay and deny and do whatever they can to save money. That's just what they do.
Yeah.
It's just, you can't fault them for being what they are. They just are. So
it's their business model.
So we have to deal with them, and they'll come around, and we'll get it done in due course. But it's just, you constantly have to weigh the balance between do we drop the bomb and sue them? Yeah, I'll just file a lawsuit on every one of my cases, or do you try to, in the end, it's going to save the client money, although it'll take a little bit more time to not.
Because you already know. I mean, I get 100% what you're saying, because in your mind, you've already looked at whatever the medical records, his loss of work. You've looked at all the avenues to go down. And you've dealt with that insurance company most likely 1 million times. And you've actually gone to court with those insurance companies. So you know where that, whether it's a jury or a judge or what they're going to offer, you know where that sweet spot already is. So you ask for it. They know that you know where it is. And then they either accept it or that's where you drop the bomb.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
and then you're right. Then it comes down to now they have real cost involved.
Right. I mean, there's no formula. It's not like you can just punch in X dollars of medical records and stuff. I mean, it all comes down to everybody looking in their own crystal ball and trying to guess what a jury's going to do with that case. And I mean, there could be intangible factors like, is the client likable? Are they, do they have...
yeah, you're right. If he's a real jerk, he's going to be horrible in front of a jury.
If they're not going to present well, that is a factor we have to consider. If they have other lifestyle issues and stuff. I mean, like, you can imagine that, well, it doesn't really apply. Well, no, it does apply in my cases. If somebody has, let's say they have, and I've had this in the past, an extensive amount of tattoos, okay? Good on them. That's their body. They can do whatever they want to with it. But there are some jurors that will form opinions about you based on the fact that you decided to get face and neck tattoos and everything else. I mean, I'll give you an example. My wife and I went into a store a couple weeks ago, a big grocery store in up north, and there just happened to be two gentlemen there that you've seen people that have like the scalp tattoos and stuff. I mean, their whole head is tattooed, and when they let their hair grow out, like for sentencing day,
it's weird.
It looks okay, but when it's shaved, they have tattoos, and like both of these guys had tattoos on their skull and everything else, neck, body, arms, legs, everything, and there were two of them in the same place in the same time, and my wife, said something about, God, you just wonder, are these like two, warring gang members or something? I mean, what are we walking into or something?
Yeah.
And it's not that either one of them did anything, but it's just people are going to judge you based on how you look and stuff.
Well, especially in that.
And so when you make a juror responsible with deciding who's more credible and who's to be believed, they're going to factor everything from what you wear to how you sit to how you bring yourself to everything. That's just people. It's human nature,
All right, welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve your problems, answer your questions, take your complaints. We get directly involved into your issues. We're going to try to help Robert out with that HOA issue. If you saw those pictures on our Facebook or on our YouTube channel, it's unbelievable. He lives next to a neighbor that just has crap piled up in the backyard above the fence line, broken down trucks in the front. It's horrible. HOA won't do anything. Usually we're getting the opposite call. I can't stand this HOA. But, man, on this case, I'm glad there is an HOA. I wish he had a better one. How's that? I really do. Now, I want to go back to Peter. In studio with me is John Fuller, Fuller Law, personalinjuryco.com. In fact, I think I got your old website. You got a new one that I'll give out. I just see this on here, but just dawned on me. But you can reach John at any time at his office at 303-597-4500. I was talking to John last hour, and Peter called in. Peter is actually a client of John's right now. Hey, Peter, I want to let you finish up. I think you actually had a question, too, right? What's going on?
Yeah, well, because I had some injuries,
yep.
I wasn't getting a response, and I didn't realize how complicated it is to follow up on a case like that with medical bills and everything else. And so John's office has been working on that. But I just wondered how, this has been a long haul, and I just wondered how long it takes. How long can the other insurance company,
Peter,
kind of stalemate?
That is such a great question, and I'm going to let John answer it, but I wanted to clarify something. So you got into an accident. You said a U-turn. Some other guy was doing a U-turn. They took responsibility. The insurance company did. But you said something interesting. So to pay bills, we were emailing them like hospital bills and stuff like that yourself?
I did it myself, and when I gave him a copy of the the dash cam, they immediately settled on the car, and I had a new car in 2 weeks. That was not an issue, but I didn't realize that I had broken some bones and
Oh my God.
back injury and stuff.
I got you. You're asking great questions that everybody thinks about. So, John, I'm going to ask them to you in somewhat order. His first question, well, he didn't even say, how long ago did this accident happen, Peter?
In September of 20.
September of 20. And the reason I'm thinking, and John can see me thinking, I know Adeline's, when John represented us, it takes a long, I'm going to take a total guess because I'm going off of my experience. I'm going to say the average would be 2 years. I mean, is that pretty norm, John? How does that work?
So, I mean, that's a great question. I wish I had a crystal ball for every case to be able to tell our clients how long it's going to take. The answer is some cases get done in as few as 6 or 7 months, and others can be as long as 3 or 4 years. The statute of limitations on car accidents are 3 years, which means we have to file a lawsuit before the expiration of that 3rd year statute of limitations, or my client loses their right to pursue that forever. So that's kind of a drop-dead date for us in terms of getting things done. But the thing that generally takes the most time is my clients treating for their medical conditions and stuff, for their injuries. And then once they're done, we begin this process of getting all the bills and all the records and everything else going on. And that has been, I mean, you want to talk about something coming to a screeching halt during COVID. That was a nightmare because nobody was working in any medical offices and everything else. So everything has really slowed down for us in that respect. But all of that is critical before we really begin to negotiate, because we don't really know the full extent of our clients' damages until we have that treatment completed and are able to look into the future as to what they may have in the future.
So like in our case... Go ahead, Peter.
Regarding that, John, Jill in your office, I've been working with her, and she was trying to get some medical records, and they just weren't responding, and I finally just walked into the UC Health office,
smart guy,
in Fort Collins, and said, I'm here to get the copies, and was able to do so. But
that's smart.
And you're not,
otherwise.
Yeah, and you're not the first client that's done that, and that's ridiculous that we can't send over a HIPAA release, send over a formal request. We have to pay for the records. I mean, despite all of that, sometimes walking in the front door is the only way you can get somebody to really respond to a request for records.
Because they'll just stonewall you. Going back to the time frame, you made me think of something with Suzanne. She was in treatment after our accident you represented on for over a year. So you basically had to wait for that to be done and then go to the doctor and see what the outcome was before you even approach them with a dollar figure, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you just don't want to really... You can't really make an educated, demand of an insurance company until you know
what's going on,
everything that's going on with the client.
Hey, Peter, I love that you called in, man. I'm glad you went with John. Did you hear him here on the show, or how did you know about John?
I heard about him.
Cool.
I heard you talking about him, or Tom talking about him.
Yep.
And I would have normally gone to somebody here in Fort Collins, but I thought, well, I'll call and see, and I was amazed he answered the phone.
You're going to be so glad you went with him. I can't even explain it, man. We really appreciate you calling in, Peter. By the way, anybody listening, John Fuller's number, 303-597-4500. Just, I can't explain it. Great guy. I'm not going to sit here and give him kudos for an hour. I do want to talk to Suzanne. I'm sorry. Remind me, where did I leave off with Robert? I mean,
I'm not sure if we should put a deputy on it to call the HOA and go, what the heck? If we want to end it by telling him he should do a welfare check, have a welfare check done.
The last thing I told him was we got to know who the HOA is. So until he provides some information.
Well, he did send that to me, but you were also going to ask him about the homeowner, how old they were.
Oh, yeah. Let me ask him real quick. So I want to go back. I am going to go back to Robert, then I'm going to free that line up. Then I promise I'll go right through these calls. But Robert, I did have a question. And if you're just joining us, last hour, Robert called in. He's got a neighbor that has just got trash and crap stacked up everywhere in the backyard, the front yard. It looks like a hellhole. If you live next to it, it would drive down the valley value of your house like you wouldn't believe. Literally, that's how bad it is, and you can see pictures of it on our Facebook and on our YouTube. They're just horrible. But Robert, what is your neighbor if you had to describe him in a few words? Is he an older guy? Is he mean? Is he nice? Give me some adjectives.
He's probably in his 40s, arrogant redneck.
Wow. Okay,
And
you said it.
So basically, he lives like he would live somebody who would live out in the boondocks.
But he's in a neighborhood.
Exactly, and he doesn't understand the whole concept of HOAs. You know, it's his stuff. He's going to do what he wants with it. And
Okay.
Maybe we should have Marty call the HOA and work with it.
Let's give it to Marty.
I would love that.
Yeah, we're going to do it. Robert, we're going to do it, and I want you to follow by. I'm putting Marty on it. He's the best. Good idea, Suzanne. And I don't mean to down any of our other deputies, but on certain things where it could take a lot of coercion, Marty's very good. 303-713-8255. Let's free up Robert's line. I'm going to go to Todd after this, I promise. I don't know what to say about that. Todd first called the show. He was in a park somewhere in Colorado, and it was like a festival going on or something along those lines, a fair, I'm not sure. And he was walking up to random women and handing out flyers. I'll tell you what they said after this. QC Manufacturing. You're going, who is that? Who is QC Manufacturing, Mark? Well, they're the people that can save you a ton of money on your electric bill. You know how? QC of Colorado. These guys actually have a fan. It's a whole house fan that can drop the temperature in your house. It basically is simple as this, and it's quiet. That's why they're called Quiet Cool. It sucks in that cold air from the basement overnight and gets rid of all the hot air on your upper floors, whether it's a 2-story with a basement or even a 1-story ranch that has a crawl space. Anywhere where there's nice, cool air, it takes that nice, cool air and gets rid of all the hot air. In a matter of 10 or 15 minutes, your house can cool by 20 degrees. And think about that. Then you seal up the house, you have the AC off, and what happens after that? I'll tell you what happens. You start saving money. That electric bill comes in. You won't believe how much you can save. Tom had one put in his house last year. He uses it every morning. He wakes up, he hits a little remote control. Next thing you know, it's 20 degrees cooler. 20 degrees cooler, sometimes even more. Of course, sometimes a little less, but that's it. It'll save on electric bills, and it's super quiet. 303-800-3419. Or you can go to qccolorado.com. That's qccolorado.com. Now, I talk about Blake Harris all the time because I've used him. He's an attorney that can do wills, trusts, power of attorneys, medical directives. He can even help with cryptocurrency services. How about a payable on death bank account? He can do pretty much anything that comes to lawsuit prevention and asset protection. 833-ASK-BLAKE is his phone number. He does flat rate pricing. He did a trust for Suzanne and myself and a will. 833-ASK-BLAKE. 833-ASK-BLAKE.
History isn't always boring. In fact, sometimes it can be downright creepy. I'm Aaron Mahnke, the creator and host of Lore, a podcast that gives new life to the darkest stories from history. And this week, we're celebrating our 200th episode.
I'll be doing that later. That stuff looks so gross, man. I had to fill up this container this morning. A gallon of this shit.
there's a pill or something that they're doing now that my wife has real issues with drinking that shit now. She just can't do it and throws it up instead of, you know. But they gave her a couple of pills that she had to take this last time, and it works way better.
I can't imagine. You know, I haven't eaten for almost 72 hours.
Right.
I don't understand why you even got to take this stuff, but I mean, I'm not going to do this fucking thing twice.
If you were the doctor, you'd understand.
Good point. Good point.
Ask him what he thinks.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, put a job that would be though.
Not enough money in the world.
No, I can't.
What you do today? Well, let me tell you.
I looked up 16 buttholes.
What do you think the chances of this being this guy's correct email? 303-229-0000.
Say that again?
4 zeros.
There's a commercial I do that has 4 zeros.
Really?
It's I don't like it. I think it's the worst number in the world.
Yeah.
Because you either go 0000 or you go 0000. I think it's a horrible thing.
Yeah.
I forget who it is. I really don't like doing it. It's a very awkward number. I think you're better off saying 4 zeros, but then that even gets confusing. I think the best number out there is that, my Parker computer store, I had 303-400-4000. That was a real good one. And I own mountainpeak.com. Between those two things, when I sold the assets, I sold the phone number. I also had 800-400-4000. And then I had mountainpeak.com. And just those, and this is going back this is going back 20 years. I sold just those two pieces for about 20 grand. I bet you could get more than that for Mountain Peak right now.
Right.
They sold it. The people I sold it to sold Mountain Peak. I don't know what they got for it, but they still fix computers and they still use 303-400-4000.
Right.
All right, 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by Garage Magic. We've been talking a lot about garage floors. You got to check these guys out. They got a lifetime warranty on these polyaspartic floors. Absolutely gorgeous. And they come in and they do the most important part correctly. In fact, they do it very well. They come in and actually prep. Prep is so important. You can go out and buy your own materials if you want, but you're crazy. Getting that floor ready for this coating is the most important part. They back it. Listen to this. They back it with a lifetime warranty. It's for your garage, your patios, walkways. 720-600-HOME. Easy to remember, 720-600-HOME, or check them out at GarageMagic.com. Now, we're going to go to Todd. Todd, Tom and I have differed a little on you, man, and I'm going to be straight with you. I don't think there's any reason to sugarcoat to you that going around and passing out flyers to women at different events, women you don't know, I don't really care about your intent. I don't think you're doing this I don't think you're doing it in a malicious way, but I think it's the dumbest thing you could ever do.
So that's what you believe?
Yeah, I think you're crazy. I don't think you should be handing out pamphlets to random women. I don't think you can. I think you need help.
Hold on. Back up, please.
Okay, go ahead, Todd. Explain to me. Tell me why it's a good idea.
No. I wasn't actually really hanging out on flyer. I was actually posting on Instagram the flyers that you're saying about. It was posted on neighborhood, and then I deleted the account because people didn't want. But the truth is, I really did want.
Todd, hold on, Todd. I want to clarify something, because if that's correct, I'm not understanding previous calls from you. I remember, or at least I thought I did, you were actually at a fair or somewhere handing out something, whether they were pamphlets, flyers, I don't know what you want to call them. You were handing those out. What?
But that's not I was in hang. Some of the women did take it because I asked permission.
Okay, but
and that's nothing
okay,
wrong.
so you walk up to a woman at a fair. Was it a fair? Let's get real here. Was it a fair? What was it? A park?
It was actually a concert.
Okay, so at a concert, you walk up and you say, "Do I have permission to hand you this creepy flyer?" Or, "I'm sorry, this flyer."
I said that I actually introduced myself first.
Okay. Okay.
And then
Todd, listen, man. Listen, I know you have some social issues. I get that, and I can appreciate it. What I don't want you to think is in any way do most women find that normal. Anytime. There's no reason to ever do it. So, but what's your question today? But I really do want you to understand that there is no reason you should be doing that. It's not going to get you a date. It might get you arrested, but it's not going to get you in a date. And if it does get you a date, you better watch out for whoever is dating you because they're even a little more wacky. So, how can I help you today?
Well, what I'm curious to tell you the truth, I did went to the therapy. I did what you asked me.
Good.
They don't have that advice. They think I'm more stressed, and that's not true, though.
They think you're what?
They think I cannot talk right. I know how to do a conversation, like a normal conversation.
What kind of therapist? Who did you go talk to?
I went to, his name is Solis Martin.
What is he?
Wells Power. He's a therapy, like mental.
And what did he say?
Yeah, what did he say? He said you can't talk right. What does that mean?
Well, no, I'm not exactly talk. It's just he doesn't have a resources that they have to treat a therapy, like to give advice. He doesn't have advice to give me.
Todd,
Is he saying he's not a qualified therapist for you, Todd?
I was asking for an advice from them to how to approach the right way to the lady.
Okay, well that's why he's telling you that. You're asking a shrink, how do I go hand out and approach women and hand them flyers?
But not in the flyer.
Well, okay, I don't care how, but
flyer.
well, okay, what did you actually ask him then?
I was asking what's the right way to approach the lady, but he told me he doesn't have resources.
God, it's like a Saturday Night Live skit. What's the right way to talk to the ladies? And he's probably saying, I don't have an answer for that, Todd. What I can do is help you with therapy, and we can figure out what's going on with you, but I'm not going to tell you how to talk to the ladies. Is that what he's saying?
No. Wait,
what?
No, not exactly, no. He doesn't do that type of counseling.
I don't know anybody that does teach Todd to talk to the ladies. Who would do that counseling? John, you want to do that counseling?
Poor Todd. I feel bad.
Todd, I don't even know how to help you. I mean, really, how can I help you right now? What can I do for you? If you could wave a magic wand, would you like me to teach you how to talk to the ladies?
Well, something like that, but not exactly. It's just, I mean, is there anything that I was doing it wrong that when I was talking to a lady then? Because I don't even know how I'm supposed to be introducing if I feel shy.
Todd, how old are you? And where are you meeting these ladies? Randomly in a park's not a good idea. How about a church? Have you gone to a church and maybe meet women in a church?
I went to church and I went to the school.
The school? Now, wait. What kind of school? Like a high school? What kind of school did you go to?
A high school, a reunion, but they didn't invite me never to the reunion, to the high school.
Todd, how old are you?
Because I'm only 26, but I became disabled from middle school.
What
happened? What's your disability?
Disability is just that people that I was being, I never know how to handle peers or students. That was my disability.
Yeah, but what is it classified as? What's the name for it? Like Asperger's? What?
No, I became individual disability disorder.
Individual disability disorder.
Maybe you should join a group. I don't know.
Todd, are you on disability for this by chance?
Yeah, I used to be on the Denver Children's Home. That's why I became disabled from.
So you're receiving disability. This is an ongoing thing for you. It's not something new, right?
Yeah, it's just
No, I don't think he understands your question.
So-
Do you get Social Security disability, Todd?
No, I do. I do.
You do.
And I'm happy.
Are you on
That's the
medication?
income.
Are you on medication?
Yes.
And you've been taking it. And really, all you want to know is how to approach women. Really, that's what your question is.
There's a free online dating site called Dating for Disabled. Maybe he should try
Ooh,
that.
very smart, babe.
I mean,
I didn't
there's
know that.
groups out there for folks like Todd.
Todd, I just can't get through to you, though, and I really want you to listen. And I know people are going, oh, you're being mean to him. What you have been doing, you can't, you just don't approach random people, especially at a high school. And I realize you said it was a reunion, but I mean, just the circumstance just sounds crazy. And ask for permission to hand them a flyer you made up describing yourself and to go visit your social media. People just think it's weird. Even if there is nothing devious about it, it's no way in today's world to
Let me
do
ask
it.
you this.
Yes.
How do you actually leave the past behind? How do people...
What do you mean leave the past behind?
You stop doing the stuff that you've been doing. Todd.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the reality, Todd.
Hold on, let's listen to John.
Here's the reality, sir. I think most people would tell you that your best chance of meeting somebody is to put yourself in a position where you're likely to meet people with similar interests, and that's not going to be at a park walking up to random people. It's going to be, if you like music, it may be something to do with music or some other hobby or interest you focus on is your interest in that particular thing, and meeting people will happen. But you can't simply just go inject yourself into a location and start handing out invitations or flyers or whatever you want to call it and expect that somebody's just going to say, oh wow, I've been looking for you my whole life, and that's going to accomplish that for you. It's just simply not. In today's day and age, people are more afraid of people that are not 100% normal than anything
like
else.
That in 2009, that wasn't like that before.
No,
Well, that's how it is now, Todd.
but that's just the today that we're living in.
And there's Dating for Disabled, there's Disabled Passions, there's Special Bridge, there's Whispers for You. They're all sites that maybe you could join and network with other folks with disabilities.
Let's give them actually
what's the
some
name
of the
of it?
site names.
That's what I said. Dating
No,
for
I mean
Disabled.
like literally email them the links or something.
Oh, got it.
I mean, Todd, there's not much more we can do. It's just
I know that.
okay.
I'm
Well,
just telling the truth.
I understand you're telling the truth. None of that even matters, man. I mean, I put him on hold. I just got to get my thoughts together on him. Honest to God, he's called enough to where I actually wonder if it's like a bit, and I'm not kidding. I mean, could this be like someone spoofing us or whatever you want to call it? I don't know. Suzanne, you think he's legit, right?
I just feel bad for him. He sounds sincere. How's that?
Well,
Maybe he's pulling a fast one, but he sounds sincere to me.
I guess so. I mean, you can't. Okay, that's a good one. John says it. Okay, I don't know how to help him then. I just don't.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is
I
sponsored.
didn't want to like publicly disgrace him again, but the flyer is fucking creepy, man. Hi, my name's Todd.
I'm a great guy, and you'd really like to know me.
Please go to my Instagram or whatever, and you can see pictures of me.
Or something. I've got, it's not normal, and any normal person just gonna go freak ass, and just throw that shit right in the trash can, and he's gonna be sitting there going, "What happened?" You're expecting people to feel the same way you do, and they don't. I don't know. I feel sorry for the guy, but he needs to go to some therapy about.
Hold on.
Tell him to join an acting club.
If you buy or sell property,
I think you should have an attorney look at the paperwork. I don't care. They should at least look at the deal before you go into the title company to get the thing closed. You really should. I use Bradley O'Brien. And that's no joke. If you're buying or selling property, even a house, I know a realtor is involved, but I'd have a legal expert, an actual attorney, look over the paperwork. How about if you're buying something like a rent-to-own? You definitely want an attorney to look at it. How about if you're a landlord and you're coming up with a new lease with all the new regulations in Colorado? You want to make sure the lease is valid. Have an attorney look at it. How about if you're a tenant entering into something and you don't know if the rent can go up for a year? You don't know how to read a lease. Bradley O'Brien, 720-370-7388, 720-370-7388. Now, how about this? A life insurance policy that actually backs a retirement tool. In other words, you overfund a life insurance policy and you can actually lend the money to you. It's kind of a loophole the IRS created years and years ago, so when people died with the life insurance money wouldn't be taxed. But you can actually build up this nest egg over time, not worry about the stock market, get a guaranteed 4% return. A guaranteed 4% return. And on top of that, you will have the life insurance component involved. I want you to learn all the information. Martino sits down with them and does a quick video. You can do a webinar with them. All of it's free. They just give you great ideas to diversify. I'm not saying cash out of your 401k altogether, but I'm saying this is a way where you can convert some of that money and get out of this crazy stock market we got going on right now. Go to becomethebanker.org. Becomethebanker.org.
It's here, and Permagreen's got it. Hi, I'm Roxy Medina, owner of Permagreen Organics. Sphagnum peat moss first became available to gardeners in the mid-1900s, and since then it's revolutionized the way we garden. It has the remarkable ability to effectively manage water and hold on to nutrients that would otherwise leach out of the soil. While performing these amazing tasks, it also improves the texture and consistency of the soil. Sphagnum is low in pH, so it helps buffer the high pH of our clay alkaline soils. In the past, sphagnum only came in big, bulky, and heavy square bags, but things just got better. Permagreen Sphagnum peat moss comes in a convenient 1.5 cubic foot bag. It's easy to lift, easy to carry, and easy to use. Like all Permagreen products, Permagreen Sphagnum peat is 100% organic. You don't need a miracle, you need Permagreen. Buy it at the Home Depot near you.
We're in the most active season of the year, but if you have joint pain, maybe not. Hip pain, knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, you know, it sucks the fun out of living. QC Kinetics is helping people here get their fun back. Advanced regenerative treatments from local medical professionals. Regenerative medicine is amazing. It's basically taking growth factors with healing properties from your own body, highly concentrated, then putting them into your aching joints. This exciting in-office non-surgical treatment can repair and restore damaged tissue in your joints, giving you real lasting relief from pain. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in these cutting-edge, all-natural options, and the patient satisfaction reports are amazing. They have 100 clinics nationwide, including right here in Denver. You can get real pain relief with no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. So stop putting it off. Call QC Kinetics now to learn more about regenerative medicine and get a totally free in-office consultation. Call 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986.
Tired of long waits and rushed care at the ER and urgent care clinic? Next time, stay home and let Dispatch Health bring the power of the hospital to you.
I call Dispatch Health. A care team of medical professionals actually come to your house. They're the same caliber of people that you would see if you were at a hospital or an urgent care.
Dispatch Health can treat most non-life-threatening emergencies.
They can do the x-rays, they can do stitches,
urinary tract infections, blood test, urinalysis, ultrasound.
It's almost everything that they can do at the ER.
You never feel rushed. They're there for you and only you.
I felt like their only patient.
And it costs no more than a trip to urgent care because Dispatch Health is covered by most insurance, including Medicare. See if we serve your home at dispatchhealth.com.
Dispatch Health really went above and beyond. It's wonderful to have
They're
care.
definitely not going to leave 3 of them. You know, if you tell them I need you to leave 1 here and on Google and on here, and they don't do it. You know, it's all you can do to get them to leave 1. and sometimes you don't want to push your luck. It's like, all right, cool, thank you. You know.
Yeah.
And I'm the same way. I'll leave a bad one, but you know, I don't often leave really good ones, but I should.
What do you think?
I just feel bad for that guy. I don't think it's a matter of like he's I don't know. I found his website too. It's sad.
Do you know anybody you can set him up with?
If Mark had a sister. I just feel bad for him. He sounds sincere. I personally think he is maybe mildly mentally retarded. I don't know if that's the right word to use. I don't know. Sorry if that's not politically correct. But I just think that's what it is. I don't think this is he's mentally ill and needs to be on meds. Well, mentally what then? What's the right word?
I said it on air one time. Our poor program director got about.
What is the appropriate?
I couldn't even believe it.
What is the appropriate word to use?
Slow.
Okay,
mentally challenged.
Mentally, I think he's
disabled.
genuinely challenged. I don't think this is he's bipolar and needs meds. I don't think it's that type of case.
No, I know,
if you look
but
at his website,
I know, but
Disney,
none of us should act like.
sad.
None of us should encourage in any way for anybody to
No, but I'm
hand shit
just
out
saying-
like that.
Exactly. But
Well,
he
Tom
is
always says,
desperate,
well,
Mark.
you know, I don't think he means any wrong. None of that matters.
He's desperate.
You
for
get
help.
arrested. All right, 303-713-8255. 303 Martino. By the way, that number works on and off the air, and this segment brought to you by Panacea. From seed to sale, you want the best CBD that's controlled by the company. They actually have their own labs here. If it says a certain amount of milligrams on the side, that's exactly what you want to get. That's exactly what you will get. They grow it, they package it, they sell it. You can find them at DIA. You can find them in convenience stores. Or the best way to do it is go to this, realcbdthatworks.com. Realcbdthatworks.com. In the promo code, put Tom, you get 30% off. All right, 303 Martino. 303-713-8255. Now, I'm going to do this. We still have Todd on. Todd, you can hang tight, but David has got a question for John Fuller. David, what's going on?
Okay, Mr. Fuller, my lady friend's niece was involved in a at-fault accident in Texas in April of 2020. The niece passed in Texas in April of 2021, homeless, intestate, and indigent. In April of this year, 2022, a lawsuit was filed against the owner of the vehicle involving the niece. And just recently, the plaintiff's attorney contacted the mother who lives in Florida, in also trying to naming an estate that does not exist since the child died, indigent. It was an adult child. I guess the question is, part of the instructions from the plaintiff's attorney was for the mother to contact the insurance company Farmers and tell them that she's the mother.
Hey, John, John, you probably understand this a little better than I am. Break down kind of what he's saying, at least to the best of your knowledge.
So, David, I'm going to preface everything by saying I am a Colorado attorney and not a Texas attorney. But I'll try to describe what's going on as if it happened in Colorado, if that's okay with you.
That's great.
In Colorado, we don't sue necessarily the owner of a vehicle. We sue the actual at-fault party, which is the driver of a vehicle, 99% of the time. Sometimes with a corporation, we have other parties as well, but primarily the negligent party is the driver, and that's who we're going after. If the driver passes away, in Colorado, there is, we're still able to pursue collection of damages on behalf of our client, but it's only generally against the insurance company that had coverage on the vehicle at that time, and we're limited to the amount of coverage that they have. So if you had, for instance, $1 million of damages, but only $25,000 of coverage, you're limited to the $25,000 that was contained on that insurance policy. So what I suspect is going on is the plaintiff's attorney is trying to convince the insurance company to recognize their their claims without the need to actually go and open up probate on her behalf. In Colorado, I could actually open a probate estate on behalf of a defendant if my client's claims were against that decedent, but I'd sure rather not do that if I didn't have to. So I suspect that might be what's going on, and the insurance company is looking for somebody that they can deal with and actually protect pursuant to that insurance policy. That would be my guess.
Does that make sense to you, man?
No, that makes great sense to me. The niece was not the owner of the vehicle, but she was an authorized driver.
And sure, but as a permissive authorized driver, she's going to be covered under the policy, and so she would still be the person that you would go after, and who the injured party is going after. But she may not be the named insured or even the owner of the vehicle, and that's why they're trying to find another person in this chain of ownership to deal with, not necessarily as a party, but just to force the insurance company to step up and recognize their claims and hopefully settle it and do the right thing.
All right, David.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. I was just, with
very cool.
the attorney contacting, the insurance company contacting, I just wanted to make sure that, because she's really upset, and I just want to make sure that she was on the right track and not stepping into something.
Yep. Appreciate the call there, David. 303-713-8255. Hey, John, you made me think of something there. Permissible drivers, when a driver turns 16 and gets a license in a household, if you don't add them to the insurance and they, wreck the car and kill somebody or do something not good, there's a big possibility you're not covered at all. And they're going to come after your house. They're going to come after your assets because you have no insurance, right? I mean, that's it. You have to, at least in Colorado, you have to report anybody with a driver's license in your house instantly, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. You have a duty. It's written into your policy. You have to notify them of any new drivers. That could be a child that comes of age and gets a license, or it could be somebody moving in.
Into
the
house.
Mom moves in and still has a license. You need to let them know.
Because that'll give them a loophole.
It will. It absolutely will.
Oh, my God. That's important stuff. 303-713-8255. Hold tight.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Denver Museum of Nature and Science.
And we're finally...
My shoulder stuck in hurting today. I wonder if Mr. Andy's going to be coming up here in a couple minutes to me. So is this a new software?
3 rooms, $119. 3 rooms, $119. And they're the best carpet cleaners out there. It's ZeroResDenver.com.
Call up Zero Res. These are the guys that don't use these harsh chemicals or shampoos or soaps, but they get that carpet looking like brand new. In fact, if a spot comes back and it's something they didn't do right, they'll actually come back out and do it right. These guys are great. Their warranty's great. The carpets dry faster because they extract that dirty water, and the water has a patented process that cleans those carpets without those soaps or shampoos. Zero Res Denver, I can honestly say, came out and did our house probably about a year ago, and it was the best carpet cleaning we ever had done. And I've used a lot of carpet cleaners over the last 30 years. It was by far the best out there. 3 areas or 3 rooms for $119 is an incredible price for the service of this caliber. 303-471-5150, 303-471-5150, or ZeroResDenver.com. Paragon Services, Matt's the owner. If you ever have any claim with your homeowners, you want to bring in a public adjuster. I brought Matt in when my homeowner's policy that I had said I had 0 damage after a hailstorm. I saw all my neighbors getting a new roof. I called Matt at Paragon Services. Guess what? Not only did he get me a new roof on the house, but on my barn, got new paint job on the siding, and got actually some stuff done on the deck we had too. He got me $70,000 when my homeowners said 0 zip zilch. You need someone else involved. Even if they agree to pay for something, I promise there's things they're not paying for. 719-726-0020. If you're dealing with those fires up in Boulder or any commercial policy, you got to give Matt a call. He'll give you free advice. He'll look at what they're paying you now and tell you what he can do for you. He's an honest man. That got me $70,000 when my insurance company said 0. 719-726-0020.
Imagine selling your home and getting paid twice.
He kind of said,
how's that even possible?
You'll feel even worse if he doesn't, won't you? I mean, that would.
I won't bother me.
What's his name? Andy.
Chef Stain.
Do you know him? Sales manager Andy something. I recognize this picture.
Oh, do you have his picture up?
I don't have it up now. You'll recognize it. I know you will. You recognize photos better than me anyhow. If I recognize them, I've seen them 50 times.
I gotta figure out what I'm having for dinner tonight.
Shut it. I'm having a gallon of fucking soap.
Did he tell you he's having his ass checked tomorrow? That's what I'm telling people. It's like, Kelly, can you fill in for me? Mark's getting an ass check tomorrow. And Kelly's like, I've got your back. Wink, wink.
That's not even nice.
It's all right. Hers will be coming up soon.
Who, mine? I'm 29 and holding for the rest of my life. I don't know if I want pho or if I just want to cook myself something.
You like pho, John? The noodle bowls. I can't stand it.
You never even tried them. How can you say that?
I do like most Asian food. I love Thai. I love, Chinese food. Love sushi. It's kind of not that fulfilling.
It's a lot.
I like it because it's lightweight. That's funny.
It's all right. Some of us eat healthy.
Andy Chamberlain.
Yeah, I've heard that name before. Andy, what, Chamberlain?
Yep.
Ooh, look.
So she's going to look for it.
Not for him to see if she recognizes him. No.
There's some guy lurking out by the door. That would probably be good.
Since COVID, they've gotten a lot better, man. Because we have people in almost. There was a period of time where there's be a sales rep hanging by that door constantly.
Well, some lady decided to jump on me about not wearing a fucking mask, and like nobody had a fucking mask on, and I was just like,
Where was this?
Out here in the hallway one time.
Oh yeah, I know who it was too.
Some old troll. But
yeah, I know exactly who it was.
Yeah, I've seen him around. Remember that one time we were using the shower here at iHeart, and he was in there working out, kind of auburn brown hair. Anyway, yeah, I've seen him around. Why?
What were you guys doing in the shower here? You need to keep that shit in.
At that, during COVID, yoga would not allow us to shower there, so we had to shower here before work.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
So I'm not going to say her name, but so Addie does Dan Caplis' show. She answers the phone for him.
Your daughter?
My daughter. Right. And she also does that for Leland, just kind of like a part-time thing. Mm-hmm. So she'd been here maybe a month or so. This is last year. And she never wears a mask. She's as conservative as any kid you'll ever meet.
Right.
And I won't say her name again. Said something like this, like literally, like, "Are you trying to give everybody COVID? Are you that stupid?" I about lost my fucking shit. I went into the program director and I said, "You're gonna fucking handle this, or I'll fucking handle it, and I'll do it right now." There was no mask mandate in here, nothing. It was so out of the blue, so I know exactly. All right, 303-713-8255. John Fuller, Fuller Law.
any questions you have, first of all, John, I appreciate you being here. Seriously, all day, man. We love your input on different calls and any personal injury issues, and I love the fact that one of your clients called. That's always kind of cool for you.
I like that.
What is one of the things you would tell someone if an accident does happen? I mean, let's take these last couple minutes to educate people. You're on I-25, you get rear-ended. Something happens and another driver hits you. What should you do? Of course, take pictures. What else?
Well, I mean, there's a whole litany of stuff that you need to do. You need to take photographs. You need to identify the other driver. You need to make sure that you find out everything about that driver's insurance and everything else. Don't rely upon the police to pick everything up. If you have witnesses that stop to make sure you're okay, get their information down. We need that information, and there's never a second chance to go back and get that if the police don't do it. I've had cases even recently where my clients were told the police will get around to doing a report in the next 30 to 45 days, and that's absurd. If we don't have this case figured out liability-wise in the next 7 to 10 days, it's going to be a nightmare. So we can't always rely upon the police. You've got to protect yourself.
And then we had that one guy that called up that you're helping right now as a client of yours. He said something really interesting. He was trying to do it himself. I bet there's a lot of people right now that were where he was before they called you.
So that happens a lot, and I get it. I mean, nobody wants to go, spend money that they don't think they have to, and they sometimes just feel that the insurance company is going to feel compelled to give them all of the potential money that's available, and sometimes they may. But what these people don't understand is that we bring a tremendous amount of value to the backside of the equation, which is negotiating medical bills and fighting off these companies that claim the ability to get paid back or to have a lien on your proceeds. And all these things have a huge impact on the amount of money that goes in your pocket. And that's sometimes where all the value in the case is.
I think that's where all it is. And I'm going to give a personal example of what you did for our daughter, Adeline. She got rear-ended on I-25, and the car was totaled. She had, I call it whiplash, call it whatever you want. She had injuries. She ended up going to a chiropractor for a while. One of the things John did, and you want to talk about paying for yourself. First of all, everything John does is on contingency. And people go, well, I don't want to give someone 30% of something I already got coming. But what he just said is so important, and I learned it firsthand. We had $25,000 that the other folks ended up paying in medical bills for Adeline's hospital. She had an MRI, she had maybe a CAT scan, she had an x-ray. I forget what they were. But from the emergency room, there was $25,000 in bills. Now listen to this. The other driver ended up paying the $25,000 of their insurance company. That was part of the settlement John made, was those medical bills. Then what he did, and here's where the magic came in, and I never knew this until you got involved. John then called up the hospital, whoever it was the one in Castle Rock, and he negotiated. You ready for this? He looked at the bills and said, even though he got the $25,000 and the other company literally paid $25,000, he negotiated those bills down to under $5,000. So that $20,000 right there, John literally created. He created that, and it's unbelievable. And any question you have, and I'm going to give his number out again, it's so important. If you've been trying to deal with an insurance company right now with an accident that someone else created, just call John up, 303-597-4500. I can't stress it enough, 303-597-4500, or I'm going to give you the easiest website in the world. And it's the old one. I can't believe what's your new website, John?
myaccidentlawyer.co.
myaccidentlawyer.co. myaccidentlawyer.co. myaccidentlawyer.co. All right, listen, it's been fun. We're going to be back here tomorrow, solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Leland Conway is next on Denver's Talk Station, 630 KHOW.
The podcast, Deliver Us from Ervil, reveals the dark story